Good morning, Mudflood Club. Welcome to Muddin with BEAGS, episode 11. Hope you all are doing well today. We're going to go and look at a bunch of pictures today and see what we can get into. And what we got here is the Aqueduct Crotone Construction Headquarters. I have no idea where this is, possibly New York. And I just thought this was an interesting photograph because of the size of this piece of steel, I guess. It's just absolutely enormous. And this little sapsucker here, he's just standing there like he knows how to move that. And I just thought that was interesting. Anyways, we got Broughton Street, Savannah, Georgia, between 1900 and 1915. Let's see what we can find. We got the Beehive. Designer cutter clocks, cut glass watches. So there's where you get your clocks, I guess. I bet they're talking about tiny little clocks though. They're not talking about there's a, looks like a grating for a window right there maybe. That could be a pavement light right there in that area, but I can't really tell. There's one of those big clocks. Of course, you got your clockmaker there. And let's see what else we're gonna find. Antennas on top, lady in uniform. There's Fred. Fred's the horse that built America, in case you're unaware and uninformed. Got an arc light here. There's a big clock. Clocks are expensive. I don't know why that's so funny to people. I say it all the time, but people laugh at it, think it's funny. It ain't a joke. I'm dead serious. Clocks are expensive. It must be a mobile chicken coop. I need me one of them. Let's see. Shoe store. Watchmaker. That might be boss man heading to work. He gonna crank his car up. Bank of Savannah. Like a big arch. Look at that wrought iron. That's nice. That's what they call perte. Oh, those are pretty windows right there. Those little arch windows. Look at that little fellow right there. Isn't he cute? Check that out. Scrub cartouches. There's those ball thingies. That's a technical term. I don't know what they're called yet. More scrub cartouches, Taurus fields right there on the columns. Interesting designs. Keystones. More arched windows here. More nice wrought iron work. The head would be hard to make. Hub. All right. Not seeing a whole lot else. A trolley track down the center. Okay, let's move on. I got it labeled Dirt Mound 1900. I think that I got this out of the New York Digital Archives. It's just something I found when I was doing some other research this week, and I just thought it was an odd picture. It kind of looks like maybe they're working on the road here, but it's just really strange they would just drop a ton of a dirt mound in the middle of the road like that. I don't know. I just thought it was very odd. The buildings aren't that dramatically interesting, but I just thought that was really weird. No, it's not a very good picture, but I just wanted to show that. Let's see. This one is Reservoir Tower and Entrance Prospect Park. I can't remember this. This might be oh gosh. I'm guessing Washington, New York, maybe Baltimore. I can't remember. I've shown pictures of this, actual pictures. This is like a cross between I've seen pictures that look exactly like this. So I think it's a cross between a a picture and a painting or a drawing. But I'm not sure. It's not a very clear picture. I just ran across it. I just thought it was interesting. I guess this is the reservoir up here. You had this huge tower, which I don't know, maybe they're calling that a water tower. I don't know. Got these funny columns here that obviously look like something was supposed to go on top of them. But anyways, that's just a weird picture. Here's another weird one I ran across. These are all from the New York Digital Archives. I went digging there this week and found some just interesting stuff. Entrance to Greenwood Cemetery. I don't have a location written here, but I mean, really? Who the hell's buried here? The Pope? I mean, what in the world? Is that a clock? I don't know. I can't tell, and it's not a great picture, but holy majoli, that thing is, I mean, seriously, how much you got to pay to be buried there? That's what I want to know. That's incredible. Talk about overkill. I mean, I don't even know. Louisville, Kentucky, circa 1906. This is the post office. My eyes just drawn to this Antiquitech finial right here. Phoenician shell. Looks like a Phoenician wave. Got a clock with, I can't tell what the number 4 is. That is a weird phenomenon to me. The 4 Roman numeral 4 with the 1V or the 4 lines. And it's the 4 lines now, but you know, most of my life up until just recently, I remember it being the 1V, but you know, and I'm sure somebody's going, Mandela affected, but you know, I don't know what's going on there. You know, I don't think it's proof of anything, but it's certainly interesting. It's on my interesting list. I'm personally not a fan of believing that Mandela effect can be proven. I think it's a very interesting theory. I think there's definitely something to that, but what the actual answer to that is, I don't know. And I've gone back and forth with people on this before, and basically you get nowhere. So I don't go into Mandela affected because it's a rabbit hole you just get in, you don't get out of, and it honestly, to me, it's just kind of boring. But that's, you know, that's to each their own, you know. Big old arches there, pyramid symbology, Taurus fields. Probably had a bell in there. It's probably a wind catcher. These are wind catcher portholes here. They would open up. See, there's the open one right there. That's how they would regulate the air. There's those ball thingies. That's a technical term, as I said. Ether antenna. Let's see. Little arches. This thing's a post office? Seriously? I mean, how many stamps you got to sell to build this? I'm not following. Fence is odd. Let's see. Let's see. Sorry, I'm messing with my other computer here. Got Mudflood windows down here. Other computers wanting to do stupid things. Anyways, sorry. Look at that wrought iron. Hoorah. That's what I'm talking about. Those doors are humongous. They're ginormous. That's a coin right there in the corner. It's called a coin. Architectural term. I think it's good for us to learn architectural terms. I didn't go to architecture school, so learning these terms is something I need to do. I need to learn more. But I'm also I got to learn my own way. So I learn them as I learn them. I don't go out and try to study architectural terms. That when the architectural term comes to me, or I need to know what something is, I go find out, and then it sticks. It resonates with me and sticks with me. And that's just better how I learn. Arc light, and this is weird here. What the hell? That, I mean, it's got this little box here, like it's was a window or something. Got a, I don't know, like there was a foundation there or something, or a building below ground or something. Something's going on there weird. The ivy's crawling up this building here. It's just absolutely engulfing it. Incredible. This is a post office. I mean, we can't even look at this pole, and look at this pole. We can't even do a straight phone pole yet. Look at that pole, crooked as shit. But we can build that? Seriously? EWAR. Look into that building. We got Margaret Kayampa. I probably just butchered that. 14 years old, finishing flowers at Boston Floral Supply Company in Cambridge Street. Said to be the only flower factory in Massachusetts in 1917. I don't exactly know what's going on here, but I thought it was just a cool picture. So I thought I'd throw it in there. And since I'm driving, we are going to look at that. But, you know, you got these nice big arches inside the building here. I thought that was interesting. I don't know. I just thought it was a neat picture. And this one is the Hotel DeSoto in Savannah, Georgia in 1900. Okay. And got some Mudflood underground right there. Got something going on here. Wait a minute. Let me see here. Oh, yeah, there's Fred. Fred's the horse that built America, in case you're unaware and uninformed. Now you're aware and informed. Got underground doors and windows here, 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 here. I mean, it don't make no sense why you're going to build like that. Anytime you see a barber pole, I look down now. Got clonifreds over here. Look at that design work right there. Hope you all are doing good. I see hippie shakes here. I see Q essences here. That's all I can see right now. Hope you guys, gals, and people folk is doing good tonight. Sorry, I got distracted by the chat. Interesting little cross there. That's cool. Whatever that is. Sorry, I'm all over the board today. Arc light, big arched windows. Excuse me, windows. I swear I didn't say windows as much as I'm told I do. So now I say it on purpose. I think. I don't know. Maybe I did say windows before. I don't know. That's a weird thing. Kind of looks like a circumpunct in a alligator or something. I don't know. That's weird looking. I don't know what that is, but it's weird. Interesting. Let's see. Going up the building, seeing what we can find. I think that's about all I can find. This is, what is this? I don't have anything written here. I don't know what this is. Maybe somebody out there knows. I just thought this was a strange picture. I'd say it's a museum of some sort. I don't know if this is in America or not. Not a very good photograph, but still it's cool nonetheless. There's an old radiator. I think radiators are old world. Laurel leaf of control right here. There's some Egyptian art there. Some Greco-Roman stuff. Check that out. That snake. That's pretty. Very pretty. Alrighty. Oh, look at those lights. Those are cool. Look at those torus fields right there. Those lights are cool. I've seen that same light fixture, I think, at Luna Park. Or something very similar. Got your lions. My personal opinion, and like I've said in many times, opinions is like tail holes. Everybody's got one. Is that the lion is a representation of Tartaria. I'm not saying that everything is Tartaria, so please take that thinking out of your head. But I do believe that the Tartarians did have a presence around the world, a presence, just like the United States has a presence up everybody's tail hole in around the world now. The same kind of thing. I'm not saying the Tartarians were, world manipulators like we are, but they were, I think, around the world, and I believe they shared and spread their architecture around the world, their building styles. That's just an opinion. I mean, there's lots of opinions. We can all have a opinion, and one day we'll kind of get to the bottom of it. Maybe, I hope. Anyways, just a weird picture. Got you a star fort here. This is Fort Pulaski, Battle Scars, Savannah, Georgia. And it's not going to give a date. Okay, well, probably around 1900. But it's absolutely incredible how many bricks are used to build these things. I think that we did these big, this damage here. I think we came in and did that to create the cover story of the Civil War. I don't think these things ever saw any kind of quote unquote action. I think that's just the narrative. You can almost see how perfect in line those are. Like they fired whatever it was, let's say a cannon, at this thing, and then just turned it a little, shot it again, turned it a little, shot it again, turned it a little, shot it, and they just, it's like they just turned it a little and just kept hitting the wall. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of believing in the Civil War anymore. We got, what is this? Anyone know? Anyone? Bueller. Ooh. Berkeley Unified School District Administrative Offices. So is this in Berkeley, California, maybe? I don't know. There's a porthole. I don't know. Windows on ground level there. More windows back there and there. Okay, we got big loudspeakers out front so we can yell at people. That's great. Nice torus fields. Architectural urns here. Porthole there and porthole there. It's got a scrubbed cartouche, or maybe where a clock was. The finial. Another finial. Your cupola. It's a weird contraption there. Some kind of antenna, I'd say. Interesting building. When I grabbed these, I was not planning on showing them. I was just throwing in my collection. So bad beags for not marking what they were. There's Fred. He's right there. And, you know, some clone of Fred's over here. I don't know what this is, what building. So bad beags. But anyways, I was digging through some other stuff, and I ran across these that I'd pulled, and I thought, oh, I could show those. Why not? You know, we all friends here. Well, I would assume, but you never know. Let's see. That's just pretty. Look at that. Nice pretty clock up there. Got the fencing up there, wind catcher there. I think that's just really very cool. This is the same building in a drawing, and I just thought it was cool because you kind of see a little more detail. You got the 3-door thing going on here, one big one and 2 smaller ones, which is interesting. Hello, Melissa Ellis. Welcome. I see in the chat there. You got your diamond symbology and your as above, so below. You can see that ether fencing better right there. Little diamond symbology. Ether finial, ether fencing. I don't know, drawings can be helpful too. Okay, this is what? Bad beags. I was just grabbing pictures. I don't know. I was looking for other stuff, and I kept running across cool things, and I started throwing them and saving them away. And I don't know. You get in the heat of battle, and you got a AD IE871. That's pretty. There's a 3-door. Oh, you know, I think that's the same building. Yeah, it is. Yes, that's the same building. It's just the left side of it. Let me go back for a second. Hold on. Bear with me. You know, that's weird. It's like it would be over here to the left. It's not there unless it's at a different angle and we're not seeing it. I don't know. It must be a different angle. I'll go with that. It's a cool building though. Can't tell what the numbers are, but it looks like 4 ones or lines, whatever you want to say. Got ether fencing with a modern antenna on it. That's funny. Okay. Don't know where this is either. Bad beags. Okay. That is a roundhouse, in case you didn't know. And a roundhouse is where this is the roundhouse, and this is the back shop here, and probably here. The roundhouse was where they would bring the train in, or bring okay. The locomotives, the steam locomotives had to be serviced after every 24-hour period. They had to be serviced. They had to be completely cleaned out. And so they would bring them to a roundhouse, and there was a bunch of roundhouses. I've not got a count on the roundhouses yet. I would love to know. Hello, I Heart Fairies. Welcome back. But they would bring them in these roundhouses, and this right here is the turnstile, and it would turn the trains around, the engines, okay? And it would turn them around. They put them in one of these bays, and they would do their clean out. And these pipes right here are where the steam smoke would, the smoke would come out. It's creating steam to move it, but looks like they've had a roof collapse here. But if an engine needed more extensive work, they would take it to the back shop. And in the back shop, they had the ability to completely tear apart a train. And I have some great pictures of these facilities. I'll get around to showing them one day. I have tons and tons of train pictures. I have pictures of round trains in roundhouses, trains in back shops, trains on the bridges, trains running, trains sitting, trains, just trains. I have a bunch of old world, pictures of trains, of the old steam. I have tons, but I need to show those one day. I don't know. I haven't been too concerned about trains up until recently, so now I'm looking more harder at trains. I feel that they had something to do with what happened in our world. So I'm looking at the details of the in and outs of the trains. I don't know what city this is, but I bet somebody can figure out just by this picture right here. The background, I don't know. That's really distinctive right there, whatever that thing is. And that's real distinctive right there. Somebody knows what that is. Not sure myself. Okay. Anywho, again, no, I have no idea where this is. Got a nice herringbone pattern there. Not sure what this thing is, but I mean, this thing, just take an overall look at that. It looks like it's sawed in half. It looks like that building should be a lot bigger to me. That's personal opinion now. It just don't look right. It's weird. It looks like a Motel 6 on the bottom and the Taj Mahal on the top. That's kind of like a mullet, if you know what a mullet is. A mullet is a haircut style that rednecks will get sometimes, and it's called it's called the business in the front and the party in the back. Anyways, that's the mullet mud flutter right there. This is a very common style right here. We have the porthole in the center, and you have the two arches and the third arch over casing it all, which is interesting. Just hit me for the first time. We talk about the three arches, the one big one and the two small ones. There's the same thing in a different way. Just a thought. Probably not related. I'm probably reaching there. But that's how we get to, more answers, is by thinking about these things. That's kind of odd. What is that? We have, goes to this thing. It's very weird. I don't know. See, there's 4 lines on that 4 right there. It's just so strange that they changed that. And, strangely, it makes sense. If you think about it, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then V5, and then it switches. It actually strangely makes sense. But then it doesn't make sense, because then you get to the 1X, or the IX, whatever you call it, and then X and then XI. So it's like it would, over here, it would make more sense if this was the the 1V or the IV over here. I don't know. It'll rack your brain. Etherphenyl. And let's see what we got. I just didn't write down nothing on these. What is wrong with me? It's pretty nonetheless. There's that kind of window style there again. Oh, wow. Look at that stonework right there. Well, it's melted bricks. Check that out. That don't look right, does it? You see there's a door there. Why is there a door there? Because you go through that door, and then there's a door under the door. Does that make sense? And look, that's an outcropping door. So this was much bigger at one time. They do that to make the door smaller. And they'll say, oh, that's to control the air, the in and out of the air, keep the air in and out. Oh, yeah. Nope. It's to take your eye away. It's to make it look smaller. It's a way of hiding that big ass door that would have been here. And they would have, redone this too. That is really pretty stonework. I like that. Look at that. That is so cool right there. How this big stone right here, and then these on this side, it's not symmetrical. I like that. It's got a very organic look to it. I like that. That's very purposely done. I've watched guys do block work like this before, and it's very interesting how they select the blocks they use. ADI859. Hard to read the one there or the I. Very interesting. At the finial. That thing is a trip. That's a coin right there. There's another coin. That's with a Q. And yet, again, this is the same building at different angle, I believe. Let's double check. I believe so. And I bet those go right on into the ground. It's hard to tell from this angle, but right there, it looks like it goes right under. That looks like it's a door has been sawed in half. Looks like portholes, wind catcher, at the finial, smokestack that's not a smokestack. Wish I knew what they were. Don't believe they were smoking stacking out of them. Porthole. That stonework is incredible. Look, they did a coin right in the stone right there on the side. That's cool. That building is really cool. Okay, we got somewhere unknown. I was here recently looking at some other stuff. I don't remember where this was. Sherwood Ford. Okay, not interesting. Check that out. Windows on the ground. More windows on the ground. Steps going up. Because that makes no sense. More steps going up. Windows on the ground. Looks like these windows are below ground level here. And this is a, right here, this is a viaduct. Okay. So here is your raised platform right here. And that's a viaduct. So all that is a viaduct. And so then you look over here, and that is probably a viaduct also. Yep. So that's a viaduct there too. Which makes me wonder if this is a viaduct. So wherever this is suspect of being a viaduct city. I got a lot more research to do on viaducts, but I think there's a lot more than we realize. I hear from people all the time saying, I think my city might have them. And I hear it constantly. At least once a week, I hear about a new city somewhere around the world. That's an interesting eagle. Eagle can represent the phoenix, Mercury. Symbols can mean different things. Sometimes I'll say, oh, it means this. And someone's like, no, it means this. No. Okay, look, Nanny. Symbols in the old world, okay, meant multiple things. Okay. And I know that we see the McDonald's arches and we say, that means McDonald's. Well, yes, it does. Because we're too stupid to have symbols that mean multiple things. Okay. There's flat earth asterisks right there in case you need one of those. It's hard to see, but it's there, right there. In case you need flat earth asterisks, know what kind of world you live in. Let's see, there's another viaduct right there. See how that works? It's a raised platform. Think of it as a bridge, okay? It's like a bridge in a city, but you don't know it's a bridge. You think it's a road. While you're on it, okay, it looks like a road. It's just like a road. You think you're on a road, okay, but it's raised. If you were to dig down, you'd find a big ass hole under there. And that big ass hole is called, underneath the viaduct. Anywho, this is, I do have this something here. New City Hall, Baltimore, Maryland. Okay, there's the architect's name. Whoop-de-doo. 30 feet to an inch. And I just thought this was interesting. You can get an idea of the interior of that structure. But just what I thought was mainly interesting was the plans. Here's the ground level right here. There's that line right there. That's your ground level. And this is underground. I see a lot of archwork there. Another thing that's interesting is they would say that this is foundations, but it makes me wonder if there's more below that. Not saying there is, just saying it makes me wonder. And this is interesting how it goes up here. Very interesting. Anywho, still no label. What is wrong with me? Sweden bookstore. Sweden bookstore. Oh, what the hell does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Gaiety. Come in and see what you've been. What? Missing? I don't know what it says. DVD boost. Oh, I bet. What? Oh, it's a nudie shop. That's what it is. DVD booths. We call them knuckle booths here. Excuse me. That was probably hitting below the belt, but okay. Now Flamingo Lounge. Okay. We got an adult business. Okay, that's Lord have mercy. I don't even care about that. We got the. I'm just looking at this architecture here. What's going on with this fella? Somebody's got up here and painted all this stuff. How weird's that? I don't think I've seen that before. That stuff I don't know. It looks kind of weird, right? Wow. There's a porthole window. See how it's got the mechanism on it so it can open and close? That's part of the wind catcher. Check that out. Bricked up windows. Bricked up arch right there. There's an underground right there. Got stairs going down. There's a coin. Tours fields. Scrubbed cartouche. Phoenician waves. I think that's about the interest of that. We'll get one more visit to the nudie shop. Woo! And we got what? We have no idea. I don't know. Let's just see what we can find. We got an underground right there and right there. Got some big old Torresfield columns there. Got an eagle. Got coin right there. And the thing just keeps on going up, 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 up. And up, up, up. Good grief. What's that say? Oh, I can't read it. That sucks. Oh well. Ether antenna. Alrighty. What we gonna find? Give me something good. Let's see. That right there is a flat earth asterisk. You got your vertical and your horizontal and your X. So you got a flat earth asterisk right there. In case you need to know where you are. They let you know all the time. One of these days, you're going to start seeing that flat earth asterisk everywhere. It's going to drive you mad because, and I mean everywhere. They still use it today, is what I'm saying. It's not just the old world architecture. They still use that symbol. You'll be watching your favorite TV shows. Not that a lot of you watch TV shows, but you'll be watching, you know, all kinds of things, and you'll see it. You'll see it on the news. You'll see it in TV shows. You'll see it in movies, and you'll see it in the weirdest places. You'll see it in clothing. You'll see it in the backgrounds. You'll see it, you know, just symbols. You'll just, oh my gosh, you'll see it in graffiti. It's all over the place. It's crazy how much you'll see it. And at some point you'll be like, yep, there's something definitely interesting about what's going on there. I have no idea where this is. I don't think there's any. Nope, no information on it. Got Grandpa hanging out on Paul Street, St. Paul Street, that is. I don't know. I just thought these pictures were kind of interesting. Eagle on the ball. So representing the Phoenix and or Mercury. It's just a strange little area here. Okay, sorry. Check that out. Scrub cartouches right there. Right there. I don't know what was on them, but I think they had something on them. I don't think it was one symbol. I think it was, you know, I think they had symbols on here that told you what it was. It was like, you know, their gang tags or whatever. I was working on a house this week, putting in a new exterior door for a guy, and when it was just an old door on an old garage, and he went to take the door off, and I mean, it just basically, the frame just basically crumbled around it. The termites had gotten, he had recently bought this house, so he didn't know that this thing had, you know, this issue, and the door frame just literally crumbled around as I started taking it apart, and the termites had just decimated it. And anyways, he's like, "What do I do about this? I don't know what to do." And I'm like, "No worries, we'll build it back." And so that's what I did. I spent the last week, not the last week, but I spent 3 days. It took me 3 days to fix this door. It was so bad. So I completely took it out, took out the frame and everything. Had to build a 2x4 wall basically on either side of the door in order to make it work. That's a long story short, but anyways, I was in there, and I noticed they had there was a Latin Kings graffiti tag on the wall. I said, "What in the world's that on there?" He goes, "Man, that was there when I got it." And he said there was some kind of squatter up in the attic of the garage I was working on when he came there, and he had little plant buckets there. I guess he was trying to grow wheat or something, so they had a squatter in there. I just thought it was interesting how people they manipulate the the deal to find them a place to stay like that. It's amazing. I have no idea what this photograph is we're looking at. I just saw it and I thought it was interesting. You got this guy, he's just randomly walking around with this camera. That would be probably a film camera, like a movie camera. But then you got these things here. Remind me of sarcophagi. I don't know. Oh, it's melted red brick. Look at that. I mean, it's got decorations on it. I don't know. It's just interesting. I don't know what that is. I don't know where it is or nothing. I don't know shit. And here's another one I found that was interesting. Check out this little fella here. These big old blocks. What in the world was this thing? Those melted red bricks. Does that look like a fucking brick? No, that doesn't look like a brick. It's not in the neighborhood of looking like a brick. Oh, let's see. What do we got here? Savannah, Georgia, 1909. Nice little panoramic shot that I found. Nice brick cobblestone street that's not melted. Big old clock. Cupola, ether antenna. Big old dome. There's Fred. Fred's Horse Built America. There's clone of Fred's. Check that out. Below street level there. Got windows down here. Stairs going down. Saws and knives. Everything in supplies and machinery. Georgia Supply Company. Boilers, engines, pumps, belting. I think belting, they're talking about those machines that run with the belts. Check out that Mudflood window there. Big archways. Hay and grain. Anyways, I just thought it was cool. And here, let's see if we can find. Oh, we got some detail here. Baltimore, big fire from Hanover Street. Can't view of Baltimore. This is can't quite make that out. Maybe somebody will know. So I guess this is the Great Baltimore Fire. You got your red. You got your looks like a brick cobblestone road there. That's, unfortunately it's not melted. Although some will tell you it's melted because, well, they have no evidence of it. Yet they say, well, it's melted because they have, well, no evidence of it. So they're basing it on what? Do, 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 do. I'm a dumb mess for believing in melted red brick roads. Look at those arches. They're freaking huge. What kind of fire does this? I've never in my life seen a fire that would have this much damage. And I notice how the streets are cleared, which I just find that fascinating. I don't know when the Great Baltimore Fire was, but I'm sure it wasn't, recent. Did they have bulldozers at that time? I don't think they did. This is ridiculous. I just don't think this is fire damage. This reminds me of that wonderful day in September. A long time ago now, arc light, excuse me. Just incredible. What a picture. And as always, the pictures are in the description. You go and, you know, do your own thinking, do your own looking. I'm just going through, you know, running my mouth about them. This is, where is this? Baltimore. Okay, so this is some kind of drawing of Baltimore. I just thought it was kind of neat. Drawings aren't historical evidence, but they're still interesting. You can learn a lot from them. Eagles on this obelisk here. Got Fred making an appearance. Fred's the Horse to Build America. Washington Monument. Kind of weird. It looks like it goes down in the ground a little bit. I don't know. Big old obelisk. You see the mud flow here in the picture, which is interesting. I know Baltimore Fats likes to join in sometimes and check us out here on the show. And so anyways, there's some Baltimore. He's probably already seen this, but that's the first time I've seen it. This is what? The first flag of independence raised in the South by the citizens of Savannah, November 8th, 1860, dedicated to the morning news. I think this is very interesting to me. Our motto is Southern Rights, Equality of the States, don't tread on me. And that's a warning to the government. It means don't tread on my rights or I'll bite you. Hence why I have my guns. Got your big old obelisk shooting off fireworks up here, it looks like. I just thought this was a really cool picture. Got your top hat jackasses here. Drawn by Henry Glenn Workey. Okay. There's some information here, hard to read. I never really liked cursive writing. It's pretty and all, but damned if you trying to read it. Oh, it's like, I don't know, eye strain. Just write the shit. Got a fountain. Don't know where's this fountain be. Got your Vesica Pisces here. That could be considered a flat earth asterisk right there. You have your vertical, your horizontal, and your X. Just saying. They put it everywhere. And that fountain is just incredible. I mean, fountains aren't exactly the easiest thing to build, I don't think. I'm not a fountain builder, but I would imagine that it's pretty technically difficult. Okay, what we got here? American Stereoscopic Company. Okay, manufacturers, publishers, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. Greatest resin market in the world. Savannah, Georgia. Copyright 1908. So that's all resin. Ow. That's a lot of kegs. That is a lot of kegs. Wow. 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 Check out that old ship. Man, look how high those boys are. And stereoscopic, in case you don't know, stereoscopic images are, they would take a camera and take a photograph and then turn the camera ever so slightly and take another photograph, and then they would put in this, but some kind of little doodad, and it would kind of flicker back and forth, and it would create kind of a 3D effect, sort of. It was kind of a rudimentary 3D effect. Here's another one, South Temple Street, Salt Lake City, Utah. So here's one for Streets of Tartaria. He likes to see Salt Lake City. That's his stomping ground. There's Fred for his Horse Built America. Got ladies in uniform. Got Boss Man right there. Okay, got Wilma here. That's Fred's lady friend. A lot of power there. And there's the mountain. I believe this is where the mud came from. In my going theory right now, I have my own theory. You can go watch the video. I've got the extreme long and painful version and the very short and very sweet version. There's both videos on YouTube now. Probably need to make a middle version. We got May 20th, 1920, Washington, D.C., Secretary Millen laying cornerstone of internal revenue building. So basically, here's the beginning of the end for our monetary system. The son of a bitches here in their cornerstone. Go fuck yourself. You got Michigan 1890s. You got Fred, and he is getting ready to pull this big stack of lumber. And, you know, I don't know. I just say, like, how in the hell do you get that log up there? You know? I mean, I know he could climb up there, but, I mean, how the hell do they get them logs up that high? I mean, it's just, that's incredible to me. And it's also incredible that these horses can pull this and then this thing not fall over. I don't know. These tiny men, they're really not big men. I don't know. I've got me one of these. The log puller turner thingy. This is model airplanes decorate the ceiling of the train concourses at Union Station, Chicago, Illinois, 1943. I just saw this picture and it reminded me of Pink Floyd, The Wall, the movie. That movie just popped right in my head as soon as I saw that. I used to love that movie when I was a kid. There was so much going on in that I didn't understand. I learned a lot from that movie when I was young, because it was I don't know, it was something I could go to the I was too young to rent it, but the guy at the video store would rent it to me, and I'd rent it over and over again, at least once a month. I don't know, maybe more. And I would watch it over and over again just because I love the music and I love the art and the story, and it was just totally like a whole different, like, next level thinking. I don't know, it was just something completely different. Got that's a flat earth asterisk back there. That's just because I know from my research. I don't know, just interesting. National Bank of Savannah, Georgia, 1907. Let's go up here, see our ball thingy. That is a technical term. Scrub cartouches, Taurus fields, scrub cartouches, more scrub cartouches, more scrub cartouches, horseshit awnings, dripping fruit. Not sure what the dripping fruit represents. I'd like to know. I haven't heard, what I think it might be, but scrub cartouches there. A whole nother business going on over here. And it's brick, you see all that brick. Yep. Very interesting. Let's go back up here, go across. Yeah. keystones. Oh, what we got over here? Got tall ships back here. Ether antenna right there. To get that little doodad there. Interesting. Got pavement light in the stairs right here. Got pavement light in the sidewalk. Pavement light is glass sidewalks that allowed light to shine under, and they had prisms underneath them, and that would shine light back into the building. And I've done quite a few videos on that. This reminds me of the fasciste right here. We got stairs going into the underground. Let's see. That's Boss Man. It's weird how they got that grate right there. Odd how they did that. Arc light. Big old door, but we added these stairs going up. I believe this is a Phoenician symbol here. Phoenician shell there. Laurel leaf of control. Got more pavement light down here. Got probably a stairs going down right there. That's all pavement light there. That's a coal hole cover right there. Got a barber pole. See barber pole, I look down, that's all pavement light right there. There's Fred. Fred's the horse that built America, in case you're unaware and uninformed. Oh, here's these are pavement light. These are round pavement light right here. So you'd have little individual glasses in here, and there's a big piece of pavement light there. There's a dog. That's something you see rarely back then. For some reason, dogs are very uncommon from what I've seen, at least in the pictures. Scrub cartouche. Tourist fields. Okay. Got New Orleans, 1906, visiting the torpedo boats, the Porter and the DuPont. Torpedo boats. So I'm assuming you drop a torpedo in that and it shoots out or something, which is weird because, like, where's it exit? Does that make sense? I don't know. That's weird, right? Or is that the... What the hell? Maybe... Hell, I don't know. That's weird. I don't know how that works. Maybe this, like, leans up or something, then it shoots off the front here. I don't know. These people are obviously getting told how it works. And he is not happy that we're checking him out. I mean, he is not happy at all. No, he's not. That's Boss Man right there. It's just a weird boat. I mean, people coming up and checking these out. I don't know. Everybody always decked in woman in uniform. There's Fred. Fred's the horse built America. I don't know where it's like all these people. Everything is a freaking tourist trap. And I get they didn't have TV back then. I get it. But, you know, I pictured back then that mainly people's entertainment was reading books or something. But, you know, seems like all they did was walk around and look good in their suits and their dresses and the big hats. And I don't know. They always seem to be walking around everywhere. Cold. It's kind of really weird. There's a smokestack. It's not a smokestack. More smokestacks. Porthole. There's a clock. Clocks are expensive. Got you a nice paddle wheel boat here. America. Okay. Check that out. I always thought these were a little too fancy for these things. The steam towers here. There's some more there. They always looked a little too fancy to me. I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. Why is everybody riding the tugboat? It's kind of odd. What were these boats used? Ships, whatever. What were these used for? I mean, torpedo and what? In 1906. And were they taking these to Europe to blow shit up? I don't know. Just kind of weird. New Orleans, Louisiana, 1907, Canal Street. There's Fred. Fred's Horse Built America. There's Boss Man going to do his hanky panky. It's like a tourist field right there. Diamond symbology. Arch windows. Looks kind of circumpunky right there. Those might be lions, but I don't know. I can't tell. You got your rebel flag. Woman uniform. He's serious. Check out these hoodlums. At their antenna there. Overhead electric. Oh. Hello, horsey. There's Clone Fred. Bum, going up. Okay. Cut Rate Drugstore. Okay. A lot going on in Nolans. Yes, sir, there is. Check that out. Portholes. Other antennas up here. Alrighty. And got New York, 1900. This is Chinatown, Mott Street. Chinatowns are all usually interesting. That could be a coal hole cover there. Yeah, those are coal hole covers. Yep, there's another one. And there's another one. There's Fred. Fred's on the job as usual. Moving. Looks like he's moving people today. He's certainly not moving bricks. That is something I have yet to find, is Fred moving actual bricks. Now, we all know that Fred brought the bricks into, and built all the buildings around the world, but I have yet to find the picture of him doing it. I will find it, because the odds are in my favor. Got an underground here. Hey, Alva Billy, how you doing? If you have any questions, put them in the chat. Oz Beast is with me. I forgot to say hello to him earlier. I was talking to him right before the show, so I sorry about that, Oz. Oz is with me. He's riding shotgun. So if you have any questions, put them in the chat, and we'll try to get them answered for you. And plan on going Google dropping later. So if you have any cities, towns you'd like to go look at, or buildings, put them in the chat, and we'll try to go look at those. See what we can find. I'd like to look at what you want to look at. It's like a tourist field. Check out that. The Chinese had such intricate stuff on their buildings. It's amazing. Like, way overkill sometimes. Like I just don't like. There's that ball thingy. That's a technical term. architectural urns at their finial there, at their antenna, aka what we would call a flagpole, arc lights. Da, da, da. Got an underground right here. Maybe another one right there. There's probably undergrounds all. There's another one there. There's probably undergrounds all across here. And the story goes that the Chinese built the undergrounds in their area, you know, to move around and blah, blah, blah. The undergrounds were there. They dug them out when we found the buildings. And there's not just undergrounds there. There's undergrounds all over New York. There's undergrounds all over cities all around the world. I mean, so it's not just Chinese, you know, the Chinatowns. It's all over the world, no doubt. Okay, New York, 1903, characteristic sidewalk newsstand. And what my eye is drawn to is this manhole cover here with pavement light in it. So that's glass inside that manhole cover, and that is like a sacred geometry design or something. There's another one over here. These newsstands are interesting. You can see the fronts of the issues here, you know, and see kind of what was going on, which is neat. What's up with that? Scientific American. Yeah, I bet these magazines are worth buku dollars now. The artwork on them are so cool. You can go look at these yourself. Some kind of print there. What that says right there. I can't read the New York. I can't read it. Looks like it says mysteries right there. I don't know. That's interesting. I don't know. I can't read it. So sorry. Oh, so sorry, Super Dave. If you've ever seen that show, oh my gosh. Oh, what was that guy's name? The guy that did the stunts. Super Dave. Yeah. I don't know. I think the show might have been called Super Dave. Anyways, there was this. He had an Asian sidekick, and every time he'd screw up, he'd go, "Oh, so sorry, Super Dave." And so I had this friend one time that was Korean, and he heard me say that one time. I go, "Oh, so sorry, Super Dave," and it made him mad, right? He's like, "That's not funny." Of course, that made it hilarious. So every time I wanted to make him mad, I was like, "Also sorry, Super Dave." I ain't getting so mad. It was so funny. Oh man. And I got pretty good at saying, "Oh, so sorry, Super Dave." Oh man, I'm sorry. Toxin's gelatin changes a prosy dinner into a poem. Okay, well, that's not something I've heard. That's a new one. Is that a like a Templar cross or something sitting there? What's this thing? I don't know. It's kind of weird. Get your cigars. Fred's back there working. In case you need to know where Fred is. We've got some interesting art decorations on the building here. There's a wind catcher windows right there. Check out that finial. Little Taurus fields there. The detail is just incredible. Well, there's Fred's tail hole right there. That's his back end. New York, 1903, Detroit. Okay, 229 Fifth Avenue. And there's Fred right there. He's being taxi cab today. He's a serious little fella. All these clone of Freds all over the place. All over the place, everywhere. Look at this thing. What in the world? That dude's falling asleep. Yeah, Mudflood windows here, right there. Got to had to raise the stairs up because the door's too high. Because the first floor's underground. Had to get that out. Look at how these people are sitting up on top of this thing. How sketchy is that? I'm sorry, sketches. You're probably in here somewhere. And you're right. I was sketching out last week. Sorry about that. Sketches was having a fit. Hotel Brunswick, the general building. Hi, Morgan. I see you there in the Chatiola. After meals, always drink. These ads are they just kill me. They look so crappy on these buildings. Do they not know that? Of course they know that. They're covering stuff up at their fencing. Season with Love. Interesting screen name there. Welcome to the show. There may or may not be mouth running of, myself. It cannot be helped. At the fencing. It's like a Phoenician shell in a way. Da, da, da. Look how pretty that window is. That is pretty. Or as the fellow said, beautiful. It's like a fleur-de-lis there. Burn General Construction Building and Construction Company will begin the erection of an A20-story hotel on the site June 1st, 1903. Look at the brickwork there. Like they've chiseled it back. That's kind of odd. Huh. I don't know what's going on there. Got their antennas up top. Da, da, da. You got portholes up here. Might have missed those. Pretty clear background there. It looks like it's got that I call it spray painting right here. It's like a Photoshop tool. See that? I don't know how well it looks on the screen. It looks like this was Vanilla Sky and then they spray painted the background. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's weird look to the brick there. I wonder if those are lions right there. There's a flat earth asterisk right there. You see you got your vertical, horizontal, and your X. Da, da, da. There it is again. And I think that's about it for that. This is I have no idea where I got this. This is I think this is a drawing if I remember correctly. And I don't know what this is. I just thought it was just incredible. Just the way it's designed. I don't know if it's real or what, but if it is, it's really cool. Looks like the Star of David, maybe. Get your wind catcher up here. You got their antenna. What's going? Look how tall that door is. 3 doors, 3 arches. Got a big hill of mud here in the front. Just a really odd building. There's a picture I ran across I just thought was weird. I thought I'd share it. Royal Flying Corps pilot cadet deflection shooting on rails and launched at high speed, Egypt, 1918. This is a colorized picture. I had the black and white too, but I thought the color was kind of cool. But I mean, this is just like, what kind of thinking leads a man to design and use that? I don't know. And I saw this, I guess it's a drawing, but I just thought it was really cool. I thought I'd share it with you, a little bit of art. I thought it was beautiful, yet dark at the same time. I don't know. Not sure what's going on, but you know, I just thought it was really a neat picture. I don't know who that is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know Jack. I just thought it was cool. Here is a photograph of a showroom of the Hecla Iron Works, Brooklyn, New York. And I just thought this was just, I guess this is just that them showing off the stuff they can do out of the cast iron and stuff, and just incredible architectural elements in this picture. Just, it's not a great picture, but you get the gist. You can, I mean, look at, oh my good grief. I mean, what in the world? Phoenician shell. Is that a dragon? Just really, I don't know, just incredible, mind-boggling. Turntable with Blois collapsible form, circa 1910 and 1912. I think they're making some sort of tunnel. I just think this is just weird. I don't know. Look at how they got the mud up here. You got the I believe they dug out the train tracks using these steam shovels here. It looks like they're bringing these things in and creating a tunnel or something. Just a weird picture. I don't know. That might be, let's see. Let me stop sharing and let me check and see if that is the last picture. I believe it is. Yes, it is. Alrighty, we are back. Okay, gonna look at the questions here and see what we can come up with. QEssence is asking about the picture with the pile in the middle of the street, and it's they're asking, is it an ash pile? I mean, that's a kind of a bait question. That could be like, okay, is that a wood ash pile from wood stoves, or is that an ash pile from volcanic ash falling on the ground? I'm not a believer in the ash theory. So personally, from my view, it's not an ash pile. It's dirt. QS is saying, what if the structure was strung like a guitar around those banister things. Strung like a guitar. That's a... I have no idea. I'd have to see. I don't know. If I'm not looking at what you're talking about, I have to think about, well, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. QS is saying wrought iron could be an anchoring mechanism somehow for the strings. What in the world? Are you gonna play the wrought iron like a guitar? I mean, what are you saying? I'm not following. I'm not. You're talking above my pay grade there. Hippie's saying looks like a lizard. I guess you're talking about that one I was saying was an alligator. Could be. Maybe. Rebecca is asking, is it a light fixture or a fire suppression system? Oh, talking about that weird light fixture. I think it's a light fixture. But I see what you're saying about fire suppression. I could see the incandescent bulbs in it. If that's what you're talking about, you're talking about the lights in the museum photograph where it had like lights around and one going down. I think that's what you're talking about. Not positive. GT 1982 Mustang, how you doing? Definitely many layers of bricks. Yeah, the Star Force, those things are so thick. I wish we knew the count of the bricks on every Star Fort. It's got to be astronomical. Oh, hello, Dr. Detroit. Says target practice. QS's sconces, what gives with those? Again, to be strung or to bridge or raise the strings. I'm not put QS, if you're still here, try to explain what you're talking about. I'm not following your train of thought there. I'm missing a lot of the data of your question or something. GT 1982, that place probably still exists if it's at Berkeley, California, the college. Maybe, but didn't they have a big fire at Berkeley? Makes me wonder. Detroit's Dr. Detroit, Oregon is saying greeting mud puppies. QSN's like a cello building reminds me of all the orchestral instruments jammed together in building form. I need to be taking LSD doing this show because that would, I think, help. Melissa Ellis, Mandela effects are timeline shifts, in my opinion, only. That's an interesting way of looking at it. Yeah. I see what you're saying there, and I think that that's a better way of looking at it, I think. In my opinion too. I Heart Fairies is saying this is my favorite show. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I Heart Fairies, Hip Shake. Did you hear me on the Hiveless Bee show? I did the 10-minute babble box. I think she's talking to Hippie. Can I drop a book preference about accepting others? Oh, I Heart Fairies is asking if she could drop a book preference. Yes, drop a book preference. Yes, I like the sharing of books. I tried to share. My customer this week, where I was telling you about, where I was fixing his door up, he is a banker and he works from home. He's a at-home banker. I never knew there was such a thing. Excuse me. He's a younger guy. And anyways, I was talking to him about banking and how he got into banking, and I quickly realized he didn't know shit about banking other than the fact that he has a job as a banker. And so I recommended, of course, The Creature from Jekyll Island book. And he immediately told me that, well, books put him to sleep. So that was the end of that conversation. I Heart Fairy says Biggs has uploading a lot this week. Yeah, I went a little crazy on the uploads the other day. Sometimes I get in that creative mood. Matter of fact, I was about to go to bed, and then I had last minute had the idea about doing the Dublin video. And I don't know, I just stayed up and did it. I Heart Fairies, I love his music shorts. I Heart Fairies, blah, blah, blah. Does Blurry Face care what you think or not care what you think? Okay. All right. 21p shout out. Let's see. All these buildings look top heavy, hippie shake. Osby, Spin, Stembridge. I've noticed that a lot of channels are starting to criticize the melted building idea. A recent episode of Glowbusters was mentioned. Karen B gets fired up when mentioned. Karen B gets fired. I'm not sure her Karen B. And you know, let me reiterate that I do believe that there are melted buildings. I believe they are from a much older reset. My problem specifically with melted buildings, in the melted building, the meltology, I call them the meltards. And the reason I call them meltards is because they have gotten to the point where they say literally everything is melted. The freaking roads are melted. The walls are melted. The icebergs are melted. The mountains are melted. Everything's melted. Everything is a melted building. And they have no evidence for this. They look at a photograph. They say melted building. They look at a video. They say melted building. They go out to a site and they take a film or pictures and they say, look, it's melted building. But they have no scientific evidence, no testing of these buildings to determine whether they are or are not brick that's melted. They have zero evidence of that. But yet every single building, every single mountain, every single iceberg, every single road, it's all melted. And my problem is that it's not everything's melted, and they have to start proving this. If everything is melted like they say, they've got to start proving it. And you know what? You know, I would love to debate these people if it was the people that are the heads of the snake. But so far, I've only gotten a hold of the tail, and the tail are just bottom feeders. And there's no reason to debate those people because, well, of course, they'll say, no, I'm not debating. I'm not going to debate that. No, I'm not going to debate no dumbasses or no, you know, they act like you're a dumbass. And that's just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, these people are so ignorant of what they're talking about, and yet they want to act like if you question them that you're an idiot. They're the fucking idiots. That's all I got to say about that. Screen says you guys seen the Russian video from the 1980s showing how to harness ether energy. Yes. Skeen says, would love to hear Beagle's take on it. I'm assuming you're talking, I've seen several videos. You might be even referring to the one about where the guy made the TV antenna. Or maybe that was on Mercury. I don't know, man. I've seen so many videos. Put in the comments a link to the video so we can all go look at it. I'd like to see it if I hadn't. I can't, man. Who knows? I've seen so much now. It's all starting to blur. 1982. I wonder what the underground adult bookstore is. Naughty, but I see your point. Surf Bummer, good name. Illuminati gang signs. Screen says, imagine having a demolition company in the late 1800s made money. Yeah. And I tell you, my neighbor owns a major demolition company, and he makes big buck, big money. It ain't no joke. Osby says first on the list, okay, that's for Mudflood. Fredericksburg, Virginia. We'll have to come back to that. Morgantown, West Virginia. Okay. Athens, Georgia. I've been there. Everybody says our past has been pasteurized. His screen says, looks like Hiroshima. Talking about the Baltimore fire. Yes, it does. Something very odd about it. Screen says, I live by Baltimore, and seeing the old world pictures is jaw dropping now. It's a crime ridden mess. It's a shame too. Ozbeast, I will put you down for Baltimore, Maryland. Okay. Everybody says, oh, okay, Kalamazoo, Michigan. Okay, we're getting into mud. We're getting into Google dropping. Human being. Huh, that's a nice name. I live in Kalamazoo. That's a cool name for a town. Human said lots of hidden history, and we have a castle, Henderson Castle. Interesting. Human, the people and their appearance and behavior is so strange in these photos. It's almost like they are aliens in a new world. Yes, I agree. Yes, the people, I don't know, the people, just looking at the people in all these photographs, there's something very odd about them. And also it's weird how everywhere you look, every city, every town around the world, when you look at these people in the old films and in the photographs, they all have that look, that like lost puppy look, kind of. It's like the same look all around the world. I don't know, like they look like deer in headlights or something. Hippie Shake, lots of info. These photos amazing. Hippie says, oh, look at these little children, so cute. Everybody, I believe those people appearing in mass, all dressed the same, came from underground installations, dumbstruck as it were. I agree with you there. Morgan says it's called Super Dave Osborne Show, otherwise known as Bizarre. Yeah, that's it. Super Dave Osborne. That was the show. Yep. Also, soy Super Dave. Morgan saying, Ozbeast, I seem to have recollection of all media. He really said, I got a buddy, almost everyone calls Super Dave. Some unkind sorts call him Three Pricks. And Morgan says, it's an iron cross or thy iron cross. Talking about the wrought iron. Okay, yeah. Human being, I would love to see a photo of any ancient crane that was used to make these old majestic buildings. Yeah, seems like horse and buggy wouldn't cut it. Human being literally cannot make this type of ironwork today. This is a lost art at the detail. I have a video, film somewhere of them making wrought iron stuff, and it's very interesting to see. Hippie saying that last photo of beagles looked like they were supports for a tunnel. I think so. Yeah, you're right. Hippie says, Derby Jack, hi there, Derby Jack. Yes, hi, Derby. If you're still in here, everybody send your love and light to Derby. He could sure use it. Shield Sugar says, melt tards. I'm gonna have to copyright that melt tards thing, because that's gonna be that's gonna need to, I'm gonna need a melt tards t-shirt. Oh, good Lord. Derby Jack Mish says some of what they called melted could also be transition biology of Titan humans and beasts as big as mountains, which may be. That's an interesting theory. Again, here's my issue with that is there's the, what is it, the Mud Fossil University, and he's always, this is a mud fossil, that is a mud fossil, this is a mud fossil. When everything is one thing, it's all one thing, then I have a problem with that, because not everything is the same. Nature doesn't create same. Okay. So if there's no difference, then that's a red flag to me. It's like not every building is mud flooded. So that's my point there. Not to say that there couldn't be a fossilized giant here and there. It's possible. I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's just the whole bath is not one thing. Isabel, it's extreme and are to avoid all extremes because they do nothing for learning. Rich Spillman says, how about discussion instead of debate? Dialogue is better than arguing. I agree, but here's the problem. I tried to start a debate with the meltology people behind the scenes and get a discussion going, and I was snubbed. They have a thing where, and I challenge you to do the same thing. If you go and challenge them, they will shoot you down. They do not accept anything. They do not talk with anybody that does not believe them. They just say, no, you know, not true, not true, bad guy, you know, and they throw they throw up their shields on you, and they will not discuss with you, which is why I now argue with them, because, well, when you can't, you know, talk somebody off the ledge, you got to beat them down. That's what you got to do. You got to, you know, get up there, and sometimes you got to fight the fight, and you know, that's what you got to do. I ain't afraid of these fuckers. Richmond Spillman, the average weight loss was much less back then. Morgan says they are all scenes with costumes. I realize as I say that the world should not really be there. Most should. Ben Riley, mud fossils are mud. Silicone life forms are not same as mud, period, guys. Yep. Sugar, we know nothing. Derby Jack says that's called a cult. And that's a very good point. That's a very good point. That's called a cult. The day that the Mudflood research community becomes like that, where they say, where people try to ask us questions and we say, no, it doesn't exist. No, shut up. You don't know. You haven't watched our videos. You don't know. Have you watched our documentary? No, you haven't. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. That's the day I fucking quit. Okay, I'm done at that point. But I don't think we're going to go there. I don't think our community's ever going to do that. We got our problems. We got, you know, we're not perfect. Okay, we definitely have our issues. And we're going to get it all worked out. But there's going to be some birth pangs that we're going to have to go through. He-Man said they have a peer-based approval system that is validated by their bogus credentials. History is complete BS. Yep. Ben Rowling says no argue with ignorance of people like. Richmond Spillman says I see then is neither a debate or discussion if there is no transfer of information. Absolutely. You know, I extended my hand to have a discussion with these people, and they put up the, you know, the force fields, and totally ignored me. And so I put out some stuff to get their attention, to maybe drag them into the debate, and they basically just started talking shit to me. And don't talk shit to me, because I will come back at you. That's just a bad idea with me. I don't, you know, I don't look for a fight, but I ain't gonna back down. That's your number one problem right there. So you push me, I will be pushing back. That's just the way I am. You know, I'm a big boy, and I just don't put up with bullshit. Okay. Morgan says I want my props for loving you all and being right in the middle of it, because I honestly don't know. I am learning every moment, and that's a good way to be. Just be careful sitting on the fence is what I'll say. We've got people in our community that sit on the fence, the skeptics. And whereas I think we need skeptics, I think we need a true skeptic will go into a question, into a theory, and look at it skeptically, not with saying I don't believe it or did I believe it, but going skeptically and decide based on the evidence. But see, that's not really what we have. We have skeptics in our community have the fence right up their keister, and they're teetering back and forth between the two, and they can't make up their mind which it is, and they just need to fall off to one side or the other. I don't care which. But when you're sitting there on the fence with a post up your ass, you got a problem. Derby Jack says credentials are wallpaper. Yeah. Ben Ross says Vibes of Cosmos has best map realm period. I don't know if I've seen that or not. I think need some cherry pie. That's Sugar Shield. I love cherry pie. Ben Riley says, where you located? I'm in Dunn, North Carolina. I am about 30 miles away from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, Fayetteville, North Carolina. We are learning every day. Morgan says, I have my opinions. I whip out the I don't know to avoid fights. And hopefully, blah, blah, blah. This thing keeps moving on. Keep the communication and dialogue going. Ben Riley says, open mind but not gullible is important. Okay. Now, I want to show you some other things. Here's a little news clip that I ran across this week in my research, and I just thought I would share it with you. I thought it was very interesting.
It's like going into another era when things were just built differently.
Downtown Shelbyville is starting a streetscape revamp. Now, while they were replacing the sidewalks, construction workers and people passing by got a glimpse of a time long forgotten. WC93's Andy Olson has more.
The history of Shelbyville dates back over 150 years. Some of that history can be found beneath the downtown streets. With a plan to redevelop the area, construction crews got to uncover some of that history, like storage bins for coal that would heat the buildings that have been there for over 100 years.
The tunnels apparently have been there more or less for coal chutes, but they do kind of wind around the buildings some, and they're very interesting to look at.
Photos of the tunnels and coal chutes got thousands of reactions on Facebook. Some people thought this could confirm the myth of underground tunnels that connected all the shops, but historians don't think there's enough to confirm that. Either way, people around Shelbyville were excited to see this century-old blast from the past.
It just kind of makes you wonder about what happened back then, and you know, it was just a different kind of feeling in there.
In Shelbyville, Andy Olson, WCIA3, your local news leader.
All right, that's pretty cool. Construction on the Shelbyville streetscape only recently started. City leaders hope it'll be done by the end of the year. It's still not clear whether the pandemic will impact that timeline.
Okay, I thought it was very interesting. They were calling those areaways. That's actually called an areaway or a vault down underground in front of those buildings, and how they had doors and windows, and there's calling those coal holes or coal chutes. And you know, why would a coal storage need a window? And this is absolute fail by the mainstream media. This is the horse shit that they try to sell us. You know, it's ridiculous. I've got another this is a video I want to show you. I think it's important. You know, we talk about how in the past things were made better, and I don't think that we really understand what that truly means. I know we know that things were made better. We all know that. But I'm going to show you a restoration of one item from 1895. And I want you to see in this restoration, they're using modern day equipment to restore the helmet. It's a helmet, okay, that they're going to restore, a firefighter helmet from 1895, and they're going to use this modern equipment just to restore it. But just imagine that in 1895, you didn't have any modern equipment, you didn't have power tools, okay? They made this helmet. They spent so much time and effort making this, and I think we need to realize how much they put into this stuff. Okay, there we go. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Kind of a think piece there. I think what we're going to do next is we're going to look at some catalogs here. So let me get my catalog going here. And let's see. All right, make sure we get it going. What we have here is these, see if it's got a name on it. No, not seeing a name. Okay, make sure we're going here. Okay, this is called the Cleveland Stone Company. Miners and manufacturers of building stone, sour stone of every description. No, that's not what does that say? Sour stone. I don't know what that said. What is that word right there? That's weird. Sawed stone. Okay. Okay. Sawed, flagging, curbing, etc. General offices. Wilshire Building, Cleveland, 1887. I guess this is what they're talking about. Not sure. Okay. Cleveland Stone Company. The links to these, I'm going to show two catalogs here. The links will be in the description, so you can go look at these yourself. Let me see. Rotate right, and then we can look at this image here. Okay. We'll go on forward. View of our quarry, North Amherst, Ohio. And let's see, let's rotate view left. Looks like it gives a little, maybe some history of the business here. Okay. I'm not going to read this. You can go read this for yourself if you find this interesting. I'm just sharing these with you. You can learn a lot of details from these kind of things. I know Osbeast likes looking at these. Let's see. Okay, let me rotate my view. View of our quarry at Columbia, Ohio. Look at the rigging up here. Quarrying is very interesting. Masonic Temple, corner Bond and Superior Street, Cleveland, Ohio, built entirely of, let me, Bureau stone. Let me see if I can get this. There we go. Barra stone. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wonder if you get inside that building, if there's brick underneath the stone facade. Have to wonder. Look at this. Look at these little niches here have something in them. I would be interested to know if those niches today or in pictures have the figures in the niches right there. That's an interesting thought. We got Latin English High School. That's a high school for high schoolers. Okay. Warren Avenue, Montgomery, and Dartmouth Streets, Boston, Massachusetts, trimmed with buff Amherst stone. That's a high school with Mudflood windows. My goodness. Who's writing this narrative? Look at that thing. Good grief. Palmer House, Chicago, Illinois, built entirely of buff Amherst stone. Makes me wonder if there's brick underneath it. Look at that, three trolley. Look at that, the size of that door right there, the big old arch door. Portholes. Okay, let's go over the other one here. Parliament Building in Ottawa, Ontario. View of central or main building. Over 200,000 cubic feet of buff Amherst stone used in the construction of these buildings. We got a fountain. Man, really cool drawings. Very cool. And this is the building that the melt tards were trying to say was melted. I actually saw a video where they said this building was melted. No proof, just it's melted. Oh, okay. Jeez. Michigan State Capitol, Lansing, Michigan, built entirely of buff Amherst stone. Jeez. Just imagine being an artist, being able to go out there and like sketch that out. Be too cool. United States Post Office and Courthouse, Columbus, Ohio, built entirely of bare stone. Mudflood windows down here. At their fencing. Okay, I need to rotate left. Oh, no. It's going to be one, and it's going to be two different ones. What is this one? This one's the United States Post Office Courthouse, Minneapolis, Minnesota, built entirely of blue Amherst stone with mudflood windows. Big old clock. Look at that thing. That's a trip. Okay, we got to rotate right. This is a quarry. Oh, too far. Wait. Oh, Lord. View of our quarry at North Amherst, Ohio. Some jackknockers riding a helicopter over the house right now. That's an interesting picture. That might be military right there. They fly over my place with the military. The worst is the Chinooks. Oh my God, you can hear those coming from a long ways away. They are so loud. Look at these cranes. So this is in view of quarry at Barra, Ohio, I guess. That's a heck of an operation. Okay, we got Garfield Monument, Lakeview Cemetery, Cleveland, Ohio, built entirely of bare stone. Tower 160 feet high. Jeez. Really cool pictures, though. Okay, let's go over here. Another quarry. Quarry at North Amherst, I guess, Ohio. Okay, and then I've got to rotate. Oh, I have just screwed up. I need to rotate left. Okay, I got my together. All right, Chamber of Commerce building, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, built of blue Amherst stone. Wow, that thing's a wedding cake. Jeez. I mean, seriously? Why would they think they would need to build like that? I mean, regardless of whether they did or didn't, why would they need that? It don't even make sense. City Hall, Grand Rapids, Michigan, built entirely of blue Amherst stone. Mudflood windows. You see the mud flow here. Big old clock. Oh, got to rotate right. Okay. Got your train track here, or cart tray. There's a train coming on a bridge there. Quarry at Alberta, Ohio. All right. Let's see. Oh, too far. Central High School building, Wilson Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio, built entirely of buff Amherst stone with mudflood windows. That's a high school. That does not look like my high school at all. My high school was one story. I mean, I can't even get my mind wrapped around that. Quarry, North Amherst, Ohio, blah, blah, blah. And we've got this big old stone, and we're going to lift it with this little rope here because that makes sense to me. Yeah. I mean, I know this is a drawing, but just the idea of that don't make sense. Allen County Courthouse, Lima, Ohio, built entirely of bare stone. Got your Lady Justice there. Bitch is blind. Toronto University building, Toronto, Ontario, built of buff Amherst stone. Anyways, moving on down to see what we got. Residence of Samuel Andrews, Elucid Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio, built entirely of buff Amherst stone. I'm sure this is gone now. They've destroyed almost everything on Elucid Avenue at this point. That is incredible. That's a house. Somebody supposedly, made that their house. Residence of G.W. Stockley, 700 Elucid Avenue. Elucid Avenue in Ohio, in Cleveland, Ohio, was the Millionaires Row. It was the Park Ave, the Fifth Avenue of Cleveland. It's where Rockefeller had his place. Built entirely of buff Amherst stone with Mudflood windows. That's a home. Why would you need that? You wouldn't. View of sawmills at Alberta, Ohio. Get your choo-choo here. Those big blocks. View of Cleveland Viaduct, because Cleveland is a viaduct city. I think I've pointed that out quite a few times. 3,211 feet long and 64 feet wide. It was used in the construction of this vast structure. More than 2,137 cubic feet of bare stone from quarries, then owned and operated by the contractor Insane, but now owned and operated by the Cleveland Stone Company. This structure is considered a fine piece of engineering skill and cost about $2,160,000. The viaduct buildings on the left of the view are trimmed with bare stone. The viaduct buildings, because the viaduct is here and the buildings go down in the ground, and the viaduct goes up right up to the buildings, because Cleveland is a viaduct city. Yes, it is. Oh, I have lost my way. Where am I? Oh, boy. All right. Slow your roll, Beads. Okay, we've already looked at that one. Okay. I'm getting down to the end. Let's check, see if this one's right. Okay. We got quarry, North Amherst, Ohio. These quarry pictures kind of all the same. I'll rotate view left. Let's see what we got. Broad Street Methodist Episcopal Church, Columbus, Ohio, built entirely of bare stone. Mudflood windows. There's Fred's Horse Built America, rose window. Bada bing, bada boom. At the finial on top. And rotate view. And we got Insane Asylum, Pontiac, Michigan. Length of building 940 feet. Just a wee little fella. This immense building, together with the Central Ohio Asylum at Columbus, Ohio, which is considerably larger, are heavily trimmed with buff Amherst stone. Look at that thing right there. That is for insane people. They built that because crazy people need castles. Who writes this shit? Seriously. Crazy people don't give a damn what their building looks like. They don't know what planet they're on. How they gonna care? Anyways, moving on. It's just buildings they've done, blah blah blah. Here's another picture. Let's get into that. Get over here and check that out. View of our yard and ship dock at Cleveland, Ohio. Well, that was eventful. Okay, so that's the end of that little ditty there. And let's close out and go to the next catalog. Book of Vermont Marble. Let's see what we can find. Oh, let me get. Oh boy. Okay, yeah. Let me get these pages bigger. Oh, heavens, Lord. Okay, okay. Slowly roll, Beags. Okay, da. Some kind of architect, blah, blah, blah. The Marble Bridge at Proctor, Vermont. Not that interesting. The Book of Vermont Marble, reference book for the architectural profession. Blah, blah, blah. Published by Vermont Marble Company, Proctor, Vermont. Blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. Ooh, let's get a little smaller so we can get our grippies on it. Oh, okay. Let me go. I don't get too big or too small. That is a marble quarry. Wait a minute. Let me bear with me. This is not an exact science. In the Pittsford Valley Marble Quarry, looking down on the concrete struts, huge protective braces which ease the burden of the flaring walls. For further description of this opening, see page 9. That is crazy right there. I don't even know what to say about that. Weird. Okay, there's a 4. Got a bunch of stuff to write in. America's most famous marble deposit. Look at that. What? I mean, I don't even understand what I'm looking at there. Like that, I don't know. That just don't make no sense to me how they do that. I am not a marble person that does that. Nope. Okay, what do we got? Quarry at Tokine, Alaska. This is Proctor Storage Crane, where approximately 8,000 quarried blocks are piled. 8,000 quarried blocks. That's just a couple. Interior of Mill 19 showing electric locomotive for handling blocks. Okay. Motive power of the Clarendon, what the hell, and Pittsford Railroad. I don't know. Who cares? 350 feet underground electric railroad in West Rutland Quarry. Electric railroad. That's an interesting wording. That is just weird how they do that. I don't know. A striking testimonial to the enduring qualities of Vermont marble, the Security Bank, San Francisco after the Great Fire. Oh, we love that. Scrub cartouche, portholes. Got that porthole covered up for some strange, odd reason. All right. What else are you going to show us? Exterior finishing in the shops of Vermont Marble Company. Cutting with diamond saw. Portion of cutting shed, turning rough blocks to size, planing column flutes, planing large cornice pieces, loading marble for shipment. Okay. Look at that. Oh, is that a lathe for marble? What the hell? Okay. Let's see what this is. Example of the use of rock-faced marble. The Wheeler resident, Chicago, Illinois. All right. And let's rotate. Oh, boy. Did I do? Oh, yeah, I did it right. Memorial Amphitheater, Arlington National Cemetery, Virginia. Here we used 87,000 cubic feet of mountain white marble. Jeez. Okay. All right, we got to switch again. Left. Oh, Gotta get on the right one here. Interior of Arlington Amphitheater showing conclave and stage. Huh. Davis Library Exeter NH, in which are combined Vermont Eureka, marble, and brick. And what's this? Monument to Music in Roger Williams Park, Providence, Rhode Island, Vermont, Highland Marble. Let's see. Got your Phoenician shell there. Carvers working on columns in the exterior of the Book Building, Detroit, Michigan. The Book Building. Louis Camper, architect. A striking example of the adaptation of old world artistry to the modern office building. These columns being faithful reproductions of those in Certosa of Pavia, Italy. I just butchered that, I'm sure. So check this out. Interesting. So we're talking about banging out the marble here. Interesting. Okay. Curtis Building, Philadelphia, seen from Independence Square. Alrighty. And rotate. Imperial Vermont marble effectively used. Forsyth Dental Infirmary, Boston, Massachusetts. GAR Memorial, Topeka, Kansas, built of Imperial Derby marble. Danby marble. Sorry, these words are very tiny. Mudflood Winters on that one. Office of Vermont Marble Company, Proctor VT, Vermont, illustrating use of random marble ashlar for plain wall work. Okay, there's some architectural drawings. 63 tons in one block. 63 tons in one block, excuse me. Quarry from the Scott Memorial Fountain, Detroit, Michigan. Jeez. 63 tons. Some architectural plans here. Okay, more architectural plans. You just never know what you're going to find in these catalogs. New York Central Station, Utica, New York. A notable example of the use of royal antique stem and Fellhammer Architects. Okay. Check out that ceiling. That's really cool. Wow, look at that marble. Incredible. Main lobby, Hotel Traymore, Atlantic City, New Jersey. Floors of Vanessa, walls of Varad, Antique, and Special Sylvester. Okay. Check out that light. Good grief. Oh, got to rotate. Stairway in American Red Cross building, Washington, D.C. Columns of royal antique, walls and balusters. Oh, balustrades of Best Light Cloud, Rutland. Okay. Flat Earth asterisks right there. All right, got to rotate. Looking toward transept window, Roman Catholic Cathedral, Buffalo, New York. Light vein, Vermont, used for walls and ceilings. Executed in second statuary, Vermont marble. Lewis County Trust Company, Lowville, New York, Ken and Frank Architects. A bank interior finished largely in Westland cream Pavona's. I can't even pronounce that. Pavona Zoa, some shit. I don't know. I'm not a wordsmith. A combination of Vermont marbles effectively employed the Orpheum Theater, Boston, Hoffman Company Architects. Okay. And ooh. State Seal of New York in the Capitol at Albany, second statuary marble. Got the eagle on the ball, phoenix on the Mercury, maybe elixir, Lady Justice, Columbia. There's another eagle. Mural tablet in Baker residence at Glen Cove, Long Island. A study in Rutland's statuary marble. Okay. Let's see. The Temple of Justice, Olympia, Washington, an attractive combination of token and gravina. Let's be talking about types of marble. I don't know. Let's see. More drawings. Mo drawings. Smo drawings. Okay. More drawings. These will be in the description of this video, so you can go and look at these yourself. Put them in your collection. I like to give you, the stuff that I find, and that way you can put them in your collection if you so desire. I've noticed a lot of folks, a lot of researchers, they'll show you something, but then they never show you where they got it from. They don't give it to you. And sometimes you need the actual, stuff. You know what I mean? So that is that. We're going to next. Let's see what I would like to do. Oh, I wanted to play this little ditty real quick. Okay. And I want to share a video with you guys and gals. Let's see. I want to where am I? Oh, sharing screen here. Sorry. These buttons are tricky sometimes. Let's see. I want to show you this video here. This is a video of New York in 1905, and I just kind of want to have a little meditation on this film. This is an overhead shot, a panoramic film of New York, and I just want us to think about, like, this is 1905. Okay, all this shit's already done. It's already built in 1905. And I just think that there's something incredible to be said, that this is already here. It's already done. They're not building it. It's already there in 1905. And, the story, it's like we think that they supposedly built this stuff in this time frame. And it's already built. It's not like they're finishing it up. It's not like they're still building it. It's already done. It's already there. It's already being used. It's already packed in 1905. This is, they didn't have the car in 1905. They had trolleys and horses, and, it's just, we need to really think about that. what that means, that all this is done. This is the Hippodrome here, which I find an interesting building. But I mean, they already had this done. They're already living this in 1905. And to me, that screams that there's something we're not being told. And I don't think we've, as a society, have ever really looked back and gone, well, what really happened back then? And I think when we look back on these old films and these old pictures, it makes you question, makes you think, where's the construction sites? I challenge you to drive down any road in any city in anywhere in the world today and not find a construction site. Where's the construction sites here? I mean, maybe you'll see some. Maybe there'll be one or two here somewhere. Where's the Fred bringing in all the bricks? Where are the cranes? Where are the trains bringing in all the bricks? Oh, the trains brought in all the bricks. Where are they at? It's already here. And I just, I think that's something to be said. Anyways, let me look at the chats and see if there's anything that needs to be talked about here. La-di-da-di-da. Problem is I gotta go find where I was last. Okay, I think I'm getting there. Chris Lajambi says, don't assume our rulers even know what the fuck happened 1,000 years ago. I don't. I don't assume that. That's a good point. We all crawled out from the caves, killed the remaining giants, and it was a free-for-all, not a sharing feast. I think that I think the elite, I think they were released from this, these caves, before the rest of us. Our people were in steerage. Let's use Titanic as a reference. And I think the elite got the lifeboat of being able to go to these cities and pick out what buildings that they wanted and what businesses they wanted. But I think we were in steerage. We were in the back of the cave. There's always hierarchies. And I think even in a cave there was hierarchies. But yeah, I think we probably did come from underground. There's undergrounds all over the world, and nobody knows why they're there. I think we were there. Something to think about. Rich Pillman says, with understanding how little we know as we peel these onion layers by layer by layer, I can only gather and discern what makes sense from the facts so far. Morgan says, I cannot hear Shelbyville without thinking about the Simpsons and the lemon tree. Yeah. Everybody says, the proverbial coal chutes. Yeah. Rich Pillman says, they were all built in 18 months and then burned down. Chris Lajambi says, at least 3 cataclysms in the last 1,000 years, I think. Rulers don't plan resets. They wait and take. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. I will state that I think there's 2 different, I believe that there are resets that are like natural resets. I think that there's things that happen in our world that we can't control, that we don't understand from our perspective. I think there's big things that happen. Like, I think that there possibly, was melted buildings that were caused by something. And that was a long time ago, and that that did happen. But I also think that the recent mud flood that happened within the last, 200 years, that I believe that easily could have been caused by man. And I have my theory on that. But I think that the last one was man-made. I believe if given the proper equipment, I think I could cause a mud flood. I think I've got it figured out. I think you just take a cloud buster and find you a big hill, and I think you can, just make it rain like a sumbitch on over a hill, and I believe it would create a mud flood. I believe it could scientifically be proven. Just my theory, my thinking. Hippie Shake says, I remember coal being delivered years ago, showing my age now. Human being, this dude has serious skills about fire. The firefighter helmet. Yes, I've got other videos from this guy that does restorations. I mean, I was going to show. He did one time where he did just a hinge, a door hinge, freaking phenomenal. I mean, you wouldn't believe what just a door hinge looks like. A freaking door hinge. We'll look at that sometime. It's just amazing, and it's not just his work. It's the idea of the quality and craftsmanship that went into every little thing from the old world. Absolutely phenomenal. Everybody says we didn't have coal delivered, but milk was still being delivered when I was a kid. The local dairy had a motto on their trucks: "You can whip our cream and you can't beat our milk." Okay. Woo. Ben Riley says, I'm a precision machinist and know about hardness and heating varieties of many materials, guys. Wish I had my ready reference manual to show y'all some compelling information. Interesting. Sugar Shields, impressive. Benny says, y'all do know that they had weapons of mass. Oh, good grief. Hold on. My thingy did something here. It was weird. Where am I? Ben Riley says, y'all know they had WMDs eons ago, right? Well, I'm sure they did. Yeah, why not? There's nothing new under the sun. Derpjack, take your time. I'm medicated. Abra says, nowadays there's weapons of mass deception. Sugar says, where's Fred? Fred's all around. Human Being says, fake quarry drawings. Good point. Good point. Sugar Shield says, exactly, drawings. Exactly. Good eyes, people. Obviously, I don't tell you everything I know. I want y'all to figure some of this stuff out too. I show it to you. I'm glad you guys got eyes to see. Osby says they might maybe drawings or sketches, but they still printed, and that's what intrigues me. Yeah, good point, Oz. Human Being says we can't even build like this today, even if we wanted to. Sugar says, I'm intrigued but not sold. High Streets of Tartaria, welcome. And I don't know, Streets can tell you if he wants to, but I'll tell you what I do know, that there was a winner on the contest for the Mudflood animation. And I've seen it, and it was really good. And come to find out that the winner was a Mudflooder. So Streets found a Mudflood, a guy that's into Mudflood, to do a Mudflood animation. So he found the perfect animator to do the animations that he wants to do. So congratulations, Streets. You did a bang up job on that. Anyways, he'll tell you about it more if he wants to. Streets says, much love all in Mexico with a poor connection. We'll definitely want to catch up. Okay, so Streets had to go. He's in Mexico. He travels a lot. Everybody says, I believe the numerous asylums were repurposed buildings for all the controllers family members who weren't adjusting well to the reset. Yeah. I'll kind of take that a little further. I think the insane asylums were for the people that weren't adjusting well, that were not going along with that they wanted to cause trouble. And I think the prisons were for the ones that were actual troublemakers, that had the same ideas, that they weren't agreeing with what was happening, but they were kind of violent about it. They wanted to cause trouble, actual trouble. I think some of them they could just drug them up, and the other ones they had to put behind bars. I think that's kind of how I feel about that. Hip Shake says, wow, a lot of big blocks. Hip Shake wonder if sketches will come on with Calum later. I don't know. Calum's I think still having a lot of trouble with his internet. I don't know. Gregory Smith says, thank you so much, Beagle. You're welcome. Thank you for showing. Gregory Smith says you're doing God's work. I hope so. I ask God all the time, what am I supposed to do here? What do you want me to do? Guide me, because I ain't got a freaking clue. I just let the universe show me the way, because I don't have a clue. I don't know what direction I should go. But I guess the universe has got a plan, and I'm just trying to follow that. Everybody says all those over-the-top beautiful interiors built for utilitarian purposes? ? Yeah, right. Detroit, Oregon says all are pre-1905 buildings. They should be all over the place. Our Ferry says there are a lot of Byzantine cathedral paintings and church relics showing saints and angels bringing buildings already built in sheets that are holding up. Morgan says that's right, Biggs. It's never been done. It's never been said. The past, it was already here, like you said. Avila says the buildings were already built when America was founded, hence the term Freemasonry. Yep. Ben Riley says that had cars, trains, and high tech for 1600s, and we all are the ones who created all of that beautiful Tartarian construction of perfection, guys. Yep, I think that there's nothing new under the sun. I think, yeah, I don't think they came up with the car. I think they already had cars. I think they were already here. Same with trains, and all right, Ferris, do you know what a 3D eye puzzle is? Yes, I do. I love those. I've got what do they call it? Magic Eye. I've got a book on that, and yes, I absolutely. Some of the paintings have. Oh yeah, those. Look up Magic Eye if you've never heard of that. Look up Magic Eye. That's really cool stuff. Varies says you cross your eyes and soft focus. Yes, then more appears. Really fun. We're in Sunday paper children's comics in color here in USA into 1990s. Yes, they are really cool. Isabel says summer and winter's sea time and harvest sun and moon never cease. This is a huge fact of a matter they tried to play off as a lie, but there will be planting this year and there will be harvest. Hip Shake says, I agree. Trains were here well before they say they know someone in the community who's been underground fixing things, seen train stations dated 1726, full platforms, lines, etc. I believe that. It really says, I have heard those 3D images are really trippy. Not everyone can see them. Yeah, well, it's not that everyone can't see them. It's that some people just can't get it. They don't understand how to do it. But if they'll take the advice of how people tell you how to do it, they can train themselves to do it. It's about how you look at it. It's not your ability to see or not see. It's about how you look at it. You have to take your eyes out of focus. That have been right. I know why we were in tunnels. Same reason they got humans down their mud. It says it's one image, but with other images overlaid, takes a while to adjust the eyes to see what's immediately visible. Yep. Okay. I think I'll just go ahead and play this. Just kind of keep this in your frontal lobe here.
Mudflood theory by BEAGS, aka Mudflood rail theory. Steam engines and railroad tracks are old world tech. The trains and tracks which were spread across the world at the time of the Mudflood were utilized to transport the weapon used to carry out the Mudflood attacks in the early 1800s. The weapon used was a rain-making device known today as a cloudbuster, the name of which comes from Dr. Wilhelm Reich, who studied what he called orgone energy, or what is known as the aether. Reich's cloudbuster machine could be used to target a location and either clear the atmosphere of rain-making clouds or attract clouds to release rain on a targeted location to end a drought. Hoses were inserted into a local water source to amplify the orgone energy which is found in the water. The cloudbuster would then attract the water in the atmosphere into the clouds. In the Mudflood attacks, these cloudbuster rain-making weapons were used to create downpours of rain onto hills and mountains near towns and cities. The rain would sluice the dirt into mud, which would flow downhill into targeted locations, and in effect covering the lower levels of the buildings. The hills in most places would have been leveled, hence why the hills are not seen today. This is my theory in short as of this point.
I'm going to go to share screen and okay, let me get rid of this. Okay, Fredericksburg. Let's see. Okay, got a river here. It's always a good sign. Let's see if it's going to go in 3D. Yep. I think. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think that is 3D. Is this the right Fredericksburg?
We want Fredericksburg in Virginia.
Virginia, yeah. Okay. Huh. I wonder if there's a older section. Oh, I think it's in 2D. That's why it looks weird. See, when Google doesn't have yeah, that's what it is. Let me get down here. When Google doesn't have 3D, you can't tell what you're looking at. So when you try to look around, it's really difficult. Something going on there. Got some underground windows there. I don't know if this is the right spot to be dropping into, but tiny little place. I wonder if they have any big buildings here. They got windows. They got stuff below ground. Let's see if there's anything back on the sides. Let's see. Which way should I go? Maybe this way. See, this area kind of looks newer. I know there's got to be some older stuff here because this whole area is old. Check this church out. Took the tops off this one. Those they'll have fire. I've seen that quite a lot. They'll have fires in the they'll just not put the steeples back up because they're so expensive to have made. And a lot of people don't know that the churches now are getting paid by the cell phone companies to put cell phone towers in their steeples, which is, completely evil. I cannot believe that we allow them to do that. If you don't know what cell phones do to your brain, I mean, people just don't have any idea. But let me get back. Look at that. Let's see what we got going. Ooh, look at that. That's pretty. I'm gonna go. I like looking down the alleys because you see a lot of, look at those arched windows there. Let's see. Did they have arched windows before? That's interesting. There's not arches here, but there's arches on the back. And it looked like, let me get back up here. It looked like there was Yeah, there's an underground drop-in right there. Let's try this. Let's try this old trick. Let's see, 2008. Yeah, give me that. Check that out. Yep. It's a nice little trick you can use to, sometimes you can't see where you want to see. There's some mud-flood windows. We're getting in the older area now. See if we can get down the alley. Sometimes you can get down these alleys and they're really cool. Not too often, but ooh, let's go look at that. Yeah, the cell phone companies will pay to put these got 4 ones on that clock. There's the 3 doors. They'll pay to these churches to put cell phone towers in their steeples, and it's just, I mean, those things are so bad for you. It's like you're people are going to church because they you know to feel good, and then they get baked by cell phone towers. I mean, that's just messed up. I wonder if that's the oldest area. I don't see anything like major in this area though. Let's go out here. What's the next city, Oz? Let's see.
Sorry. Yeah, we've got a few on the list here. People wanted to see Kalamazoo in Michigan. And Dr. Detroit wanted Athens in Georgia.
We'll go to Kalamazoo. See what's there.
You can spell that.
Actually, it came up. I just typed it a little bit and it came up, luckily. It's a weird one. Oh, wait a minute. Where is... That's weird. Let's go drop. Let's see what this thing is. Hey. What you got going here? 1918. Got a lion. $18.29. Wait a minute. Let's hold on. We'll get over there in a second. Look at that. Check that out. Very intricate work there. Village founded by Titus Bronson in 1829. Alrighty. So that's how that went down. Let's go over here. Hello, little fella. Nice. Decent, as Bubbles would say. Sorry, Trailer Park Boys fan. If you need a good laugh, the show Trailer Park Boys, it'll get you.
It's greasy.
Greasy. That show is they're comic geniuses. They really are. Those, I don't know how they put that show together, but it's well done. Let's see. Let's see here. What are we gonna find? What's that right there? Got portholes there. They've been modified. It's like dog tooth up there. It's this castle thing we got going here. Get back over here and take a look at this little fella. What you gonna show
Yeah,
us?
someone was saying in the chat earlier, it's Henderson Castle. in this town.
In this town? Henderson.
Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo. It's a place called Henderson Castle. But it's not very big.
I don't think that's it. Park Club Historic Foundation. I don't know if that's it, but Henderson. Hold on, I gotta. Nope, that did not do it. Okay, Henderson Castle. Nope. I don't know if that's it. Oh, it's got to be it. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that little fella. Oh, so it's just a big mansion. Oh, okay. Let's see if it lets me down. Ooh, where am I? Oh, hello. Good grief. Wow, look at the hill. My goodness. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Oh, hi, little fella. It's not letting me walk around. It's just picking up shots. Okay, hold on. What is that on the roof? Is that a pool on the roof? Wait. Oh, it's like a pool on the roof. Oh, okay. Let's see what happens. Oh, hello, little fella. Hello, little Mudflood windows. More Mudflood windows. More Mudflood windows. Hey, little fellas. I'm just trying to randomly hit places. Let's see. Let me try another trick. Let me out. Ah. Okay. Let's try this trick. Nope. Nope. Trying to find one that's inside. Sometimes you can find. Oh, there's one. Let's see what this brings me. Oh, hello. What in the world is going on there? Oh, it's a zodiac. There's Aquarius. Huh. A zodiac on the ceiling. Let's see if I can go in any of these rooms. Nope. Oh, I got the bathroom. Okay, we don't care about the bathroom. All right, it ain't gonna let me go too far up in there. Where's Kalamazoo at it? I know I was. Ooh. Universities are interesting. This one looks like a newer one though. Ooh. Hello, little fella. What you got? Yeah, I got a copper roof. What in the world? Look at that thing. I wonder if that's an old insane asylum. That's what it looks like. Look at that thing. That is a monster. Let's see if I can get down there. Nope, ain't gonna let me. Oh man, they never let you get on the good stuff. Come on, let me see something. Y'all can't have something that cool and not have nowhere I can drop down and look at it. Let me drop down. That's cruel. Just can't get in there. See if it'll let me go anywhere else. Nope. Wow. How about that? Okay. It ain't gonna let me do it. All right. Okay. Let me find. Hey Oz, what's up? Here's Kalamazoo. Okay. Trying to find out where the down. Ah, there it is. See what we can find over here. They've done a lot of brutalist facading here. See, that's brutalist facade right there. It's horrible stuff. I think a lot of the brutalist facading is going away though. They've finally figured out that people don't like it. I don't know why it took them so long, but it's good. It's, you know, there's some nice little buildings. Look at that. Pretty. Hello, little fella. I'm gonna go down the alley. Nope. Yep, never looked around in Kalamazoo. Pretty cool. Never been to Kalamazoo. I don't think I have. Of course, I don't know. Went to a lot of places at one time. I saw 27 states in 2 years when I was touring, and I don't know, it all blends together after a while. I'd wake up in a hotel room and I wouldn't know what city I was, and I'd have to look on the little card by the phone to see where I was. You'd forget. Look at those little Mudflood windows on the bottom there. You just, I don't know. You travel that much, you get lost. Because a lot of these cities look the same. Of course, we now know why, but you know, back then it was, I don't know, they just look the same. And I had no idea. I wish I had known then what I know now, because I mean, I certainly did not pay attention to all this going around. I mean, I never took notice of this stuff. I was more interested in what there was to eat and what there was to do that was fun, or I didn't care what these buildings look like. You know, when you're asleep, you don't see nothing. It's something right there, it looks like. Very cool. What's the next city, Oz? I think I'm something about Athens, Georgia, maybe?
Yeah, Dr. Detroit wanted to see Athens, Georgia.
Okay, let me see. I don't spend too much time on each city. I mean, we can always go back, and you always see new things. I think that's near Atlanta, if I remember correctly. I have been to Athens. I don't remember where it is, though. Athens. I remember it being that far away. Is it really that far away? Huh. Oh, I thought it was closer. Okay. Alrighty. I've been there. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Let's see. Where's the downtown? That's residential. not seeing any downtown. Where's downtown at? Is this it? Looks like something, maybe. This is more promising. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's drop down right there. What's that little fella? Get in there and look at that. There's your flat earth asterisks, in case you need that. They'll just let you know where you're at. In case you forget, got your underground right here. That's a big bear. You got windows that were right here, and you can see the mud flow going this way. Yeah, because that makes sense. So the mud would have come from up here. Let's go this way. Ooh, what's that big fella? Hello. Yeah, that's a little fella right there. Can't see. Okie dokie. Get back over there. What's that clock say? Looks like 4 ones, 4 lines. I don't know how you say it. Is it 4 ones or 4 lines or 4 eyes? I don't know. I've heard it said every which way. I don't know. Civic Hall. Okay. What's that say? Okay. There's that yellow brick. Let's see, which way? This way, maybe. It really is amazing how much of the architecture is still left. Even though it's probably not the best stuff in most cases, but they still did leave a lot of it. I think they left the smaller stuff for the most part, because it's like the smaller stuff's easier to utilize. And we went through a period of time where the downtown areas suffered because of the malls, and now the malls are closing, so these areas are doing much better. There's some underground right there. Let's see when we go down there. Oh, you ain't gonna let me do it, are you? All right, I got a little something for you. You let me down right there. Let me down there. Thank you. Let's see what we got here. Got underground right there. 1992. Or is that 1892? That's 1892, because that sure as hell ain't built in 1992.
Yeah, it looks like an 8.
Does it? Good. It won't looking right to me. Sometimes this Google, it's not the best in the world. There's some underground right there. And it distorts things. Sometimes you see pure anomalies where the images overlap. The technology doesn't do the stitching properly. It's pretty weird. There's some mud. Check out that mud flow there. Yeah. You know, just takes a little bit of imagination. Imagine how beautiful these buildings were originally. I mean, they're ugly now because of all the crap that we got. I mean, look at all the crap we put on them. I mean, I know that's on the back, but I mean, originally that was probably pretty nice looking. It's like windows everywhere. Well, let me go somewhere. Thank you. Yeah, I don't remember any of that. I don't remember Athens hardly at all. I was wanting to look. Where'd that building go? Oh, there it is. Let's see what this is all about. Look at that. I mean, that is just, that has so much more character than a damn strip mall to me. Let me go down here. See what we got going. Huh. Okay. Nope. I want to get this way. Okay. All right. A lot of hills in Athens. Where I am. Kind of looks like college. Look at that collegey look to it. The city I grew up in, Raleigh, North Carolina, I forget how many colleges we have. It's like 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't even know. So it's like colleges everywhere. It has that can be fun, especially when you're young. It was not hard to meet and make friends. Look at that little fella. I mean, you got that many people around. It's not hard. Do you have another city, Oz?
Yeah, we've got San Dimas in California.
San
Dimas. Apparently, it's where Bill and Ted had an adventure.
2 words?
Yeah, San and then Dimas. Dimas.
Bill and Ted had their adventure here? The original Bill and Ted?
That's what they say.
I don't remember that. Okay. I wonder why they went here. Bill and Ted. Man, that's an old movie. Let's see what we got going here. What a random place to go. Like, why would they... Where are you going? It's not going to let me get in there. Why? Why is it not going to let me get in there? I don't know if that's new or old. It doesn't look too old to me. Why would they go here? What's this thing? Whoa. Hello. That's nice. Whoa. Okay, sorry for the psychedelic trip. What happened there? Google flipped out on me. I don't really see anything interesting here. Maybe I'm not looking in the right place.
Alright, if you want to move on, we've got Portland, Oregon. Annika Lawton is asking for Portland in Oregon. Or Salem, Oregon, maybe.
Portland, Oregon. Portland has such a rich history. And an old town, if I'm right. Yep, old town. Let's see. Let's go right here. Let's see what we see. And the story is that this is where the Shanghaiing took place, or some of the Shanghaiing took place. And you have the Portland Underground and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, if you do this research long enough, you'll realize that that's all horseshit narrative. The underground stories are just to cover up the truth that the undergrounds were there, that they dug them out and created the tunnels when they were taking out the, you know, getting out the Mudflood windows and doors and bringing them up. But yeah, the whole narrative of the Shanghaiing of men, it's now whether or not they stole men and put on ships, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is the narrative where they had them fall through trap doors in the floor in the bars and in the alleys and all that shit. It's all horse shit. It's all crap. It's all horseshit narrative. And the way you'll understand that that's a horseshit narrative is when you start looking into this research deep enough, you'll realize that that same narrative is given in a bunch of cities. The same exact narrative. That they brought them in and they dropped them through the floor and they took them through the tunnels and they shanghaied them. It's not just Portland, but see, Portland, you know, that's kind of their claim to fame kind of thing. They're like, yeah, wait, oh, wait, whoa, hold on. Flat Earth asterisks. In case you need to see that. Seeing them asleep now. Building's a trip. I don't know. I think I just went around the block, didn't I? Oh, hello. It's this little fella. Copper roof. But yeah, it's just a narrative. They came up with these stories to, you know, explain why there's tunnels down there. But so many of these cities have. Go watch my video, Shedding New Light series. You know, and there's a lot of different cities talking about the undergrounds they have, and I'm working on you know, a bigger Pavement Light video, and I've got a bunch of cities. I mean, it's just ridiculous how many cities there are with these same narratives. Underground windows here. Interesting how they painted that. Let's go it this way. We've done a lot of modernization here. Gotten rid of a lot of the. I wonder if there was a great fire in Portland. Some Mudflood windows there. Whoa, hello. Hey, calm down. I don't know where I went there. Must have been in the Bill and Ted's Adventure. That was a good movie back in the day. There's some underground windows there. Those are cool fall trees. That's weird. It's like some old stuff here. These are coins. I have no idea where I am. I'm just driving around this city. If I knew where I was going, I'd be dangerous. Sometimes I get bored and I'll go do this and just start clicking like this and just seeing where it kind of leads. And you just never know what you'll end up on. Look at that bridge. Look at that detail right there. So I find stuff like that interesting, stuff that you normally wouldn't think to even really look at, give a second glance to. Might be more there than you realize. All right, I think I've gotten out of whack here. You got another city?
Yeah, got a couple. We've got Helena in Montana, the capital of Montana.
Okie dokie. Capital Helena, where is it? Okay. Coming up with some different names tonight. I like that. That's helpful. There's a train track. That's a roundhouse right there. So that's where an old roundhouse was. I don't think it's going to let me go in. But you can see this is the turnaround here. And the roundhouse was here. So that's an old roundhouse right there. Pretty cool. And the back shop would have been here. Anyways, I would say the downtown area is very close. See, this is 2D. See how I can't see how I'm moving it? It's 2D. Makes it very difficult to find anything. So now what I'm looking for is anything that looks like a downtown area. There's usually a downtown somewhere. It's usually near either the water or the train track or both. Let me just drop down. I don't think it's gonna show me anything. No. Let's take a tour here. So it makes me wonder, like sometimes people ask for a certain town or something, and it's like they know something's there. That's why they're looking at it. But then I get down here and I'm not seeing anything. It's like, where am I supposed to go? So I'm a little bit. I want to find something for you, but I got to find something to look at. It looks like an old train station, flat earth asterisks. There's no guarantee. It's easier in a big city than you drop in anywhere. Pretty much you're going to find something. But like this little town here, it's like really difficult to see where you're going. Okay, I think I'm going the wrong way. I'm just not seeing a downtown. Did you say that this is the capital of Montana?
It is the state capital, yep. It says it's got a couple of cathedrals, an old governor's mansion. It's got some, historical society. So it must have some stuff there.
Huh. Got a cathedral here. There's something. That's pretty. That's interesting. If it's the Capitol, it would have the Capitol building, I would assume. What is that? Check that out. Hello, little fella. Got some underground right there. Where's the Capitol building?
Yeah, it says Montana State Capitol building. Yeah, there is one. It's got a dome on the top. I'm just seeing a photo of it. But...
There it is.
Ah, there we go.
See, it's still in 2D. That's amazing they don't even have that in 3D. How ridiculous is that? Oh, okay, we're inside the building. Wow, hello. What the hell? Oh, it's a painting. Okay, that looks horse shitty. See, there's a glitch. See how the Google isn't doing right? It's glitched that ceiling. This all looks wrong. That looks wrong. That looks wrong. That looks wrong. That looks wrong. They've redone this. Swastika. Okay. Where'd it go? Okay. There we go. I'm gonna go here. Flat Earth asterisks. I mean, there's got to be a reason why they have that same symbol everywhere. That when I first saw it, I thought it was just a architectural, you know, whatever. Like a, I don't know. It's like, oh, we got to fill the space. But then at some point you realize you see it so much. It's got to be something. it's not. It's
and
not.
You always see it on the nicer buildings, you know.
Yeah, but I've even. It's like example. Down in the downtown near me. I was down there a couple weeks ago, and I saw a little ventilation in the down on the ventilation that goes into the underground underneath the buildings. I saw a little vent, and the vent was flat Earth asterisks. Just a tiny little architectural detail, and it's just like, why that? You know, why that pattern? I mean, I know why I think it is, but it's like it's so there in your face all the time, and we don't even notice it. And I think that's very interesting, very telling. What is this? Let me see what that little fella is. Oh, that's crap. Oh man, these are all modern. Where's the old stuff? What the hell was that? I need one of those. Okay. This is very strange. It's like there should be old stuff, but there's not. That is odd. And I still have not found a downtown. There's an airport. Mount Helena. Interesting.
So they say that Montana's like living in the 60s, you know?
Huh.
As well.
Oh, goodness. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay. I'll tell you what, let's take a break here. Okay. All right. Let's let's go back and do some Google dropping here. Okie dokie. Where would any ideas where you want to go, Oz?
Okay, we've got Denver in Colorado. I think it's in Colorado. GT
Yeah.
1982 Mustang wanted. Denver.
Colorado.
And then we've got some that are outside of the US.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I'd like to see those. Those are always entertaining to me because they're so rich. Oh my goodness. Okay, Denver. Let's see. Let's see what the old area looks like. Oh, it's in 3D. Good. That helps. Ooh, let me look at this. What we got here? Windows on the ground there. That one's pretty. Look how those windows go down in the ground there. I wonder if I can get, I don't know if it'll let me do it. Let's see. Nope, ain't gonna let me. Shoot. Let's go around here and see if we can see. Well, something back here. Nope. 2 blocks off. All right. We don't give up though. See, there's a drop in right there. Okay, moving on. Let's see what we can find this way. These larger cities are easier to find things. Oh, we have a possible viaduct here. See that right there? It goes down. Got obvious windows below ground here. Now look over this way, and it's all on the same side. Yeah, this is a possibility of a viaduct. See, and it looks, you know, they make it look like, oh, we're just running the river through it. Well, how do you know that this isn't ground level here, and this isn't just a raised platform? I think that's a question that should be asked. So Denver should be on the list of possible viaduct cities at this point. Very interesting. A lot going on here in Denver. Got an underground right there, it looks like. Maybe. Oh, no. No. You know, it's interesting. You know, I wonder if there was an underground right here at one point and then they left the rails or something. I don't know. I don't know. Let's keep going to see what we can find. Maybe go this way. Oh. What's that big bear back there? Let's see what that thing. Good grief. Look at that thing. Ah. Don't do that. I don't know what's going on here. Check this thing out. What in the world? I have no idea what that thing is. Okay. If y'all hadn't seen that 300-mile-an-hour bullet train they got in Japan, that thing's cool. It's so fast. We have nothing compared to that. I can't even imagine going on a 300-mile-an-hour train. What that would be like. I am way off where I need to be, I think. Let me see. There's a little something, something. Hello, little fella. That's a neat building right there. What's that say right there? 1919. That could possibly be a coal hole right there. Hard to tell from that angle though. You have to be right up on it to really, because it'll tell a lot of times. It'll just say coal hole, or it'll have a brand name of the coal hole. Other times it'll just be utilities, you know. That's nice. This is a neat place. I've never been to Denver. Quit that. Something weird there. Hold on a second. Got a little something, something for you. Hello, little fella. I see you. Look at that. Yeah, thought there was something going on there. Look at that. Taurus field. Look at those corals. Nice. Decent, as Bubbles would say. I think I'm going to start a campaign, Bubbles for President. Yep. And if you don't know what I mean by that, I highly suggest going and watching the Trailer Park Boys, and you will vote Bubbles for President. Decent. Say it. You know you want to say it, Oz.
Decent.
Oh, man. Every time he says that, it just kills me.
Can't forget his cuties.
You know, I was reading somewhere where for that show, his girlfriend bought him those glasses, not for the show, just at a thrift store or something. And he thought they were so cool that when they did the show, he thought he'd wear them to create the character. But the Scrub Cartouche 1880. But the glasses gave him, terrible migraines, flat earth asterisks. But those glasses, he finally got to where they didn't bother him, which is probably not a good thing. If you know anything about eyesight, he probably has ruined his eyes, but there's some underground right there. But the Bubbles character, he just makes that show for me. He is one of the funniest characters I've seen in a long time in television. But yeah, it's on Netflix. If you hadn't seen it, I highly suggest it. The movie, I started watching the movie, and I think the movie sucks. But the cartoon is hilarious. If you want something more than the TV show, the cartoon is really funny too. And the premise of the cartoon is that in the end of the show, they had a scene where they had to end the show because one of the main characters died in real life. So they kind of had to move forward. And in the end of the show, in the 12th season, they were getting chased by the cops. And they had a bunch of mushrooms. I mean, a bunch. And they were going to sell the mushrooms to, I forget who they were selling to. Was it Snoop Dogg or somebody? Anyways, and the cops were chasing them, and so they ate all the mushrooms. And I'm not talking about a little bag. I'm talking about pounds and pounds and pounds of mushrooms. And the premise of the story is that at the end of the show, they turn into cartoons. And so then they made a cartoon series based on the fact that they turned themselves into cartoons eating mushrooms. and it just gets crazier from there. I don't know. If you need a good laugh, it's really funny. Anywho, I think I've Denvered out. What you said there was some stuff in oh, I want to show this while I'm here. I don't know. It's been a while since I've stated my Lake Conibus theory. Is that I believe that this is Lake Conibus here. That's the heart shape of Lake Conibus, and you know, I have that I believe that when it was blown up, and that somehow, and that it created the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon wasn't created by icebergs, whatever the hell they say it was. But if you follow the Colorado River down through here, it runs right to the Grand Canyon. But see, this was an inland sea. I mean, this thing is absolutely humongous. See how big that thing is? It was an inland sea, and supposedly in the old maps there was a city in the middle. But anyways, my thinking has been that it blew out a little bit at the top, okay, and created the Salt Lake and the lake here at Provo, but the Salt Lake mainly. And also that the bottom blew out here, okay. But you know, I was noticing later that this side looks like it's blown out too. So it looks like it had three, explosion points or blowout points. So I think this is a blowout too. So I'm going to add that to my theory. So anyways, that's being said. What was the place you were wanting to go look at, Oz?
All right, so we got a couple. Let's see, we've got Goulef. Elva Billy says Goulef in Ontario, Canada, is apparently chock full of mud floodedness. Goulef in Ontario, Canada.
Goulef.
Yeah, that's Guleph. In Ontario.
Nope. I definitely spelled it wrong. There it is. Goulef. Who is naming these places? Okay. Goulef.
There's Canadians, who knows that?
I guess. Wow. Okay. All right. That's interesting right there. What you got here? That's a pretty fellow right there. Castle-y looking. I don't know if this is the right area to be in, but let's see what we got here. Oh, here's some. Hello. Nope. Canada has some amazing stuff. Oh, porthole windows. Look at that woodwork down the side. That's cool. Reminds me of, I don't know why that reminded me of this. I want to go look at something the next after we do this. It's not an old world building, but it's just something I want to share just because I think it's interesting. Nice little underground window there. Okay. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. And seeing what we can find here on Google Earth. There's some big arched windows underground right there. Look at that. Check that out. Can I get down there? Nope, that ain't gonna let me, is it? Very cool. A lot going on here. I'm gonna go this way, I think. Ooh, I want to look back at that. She got them portholes there. Alrighty. There's so many nice little towns across the world. Looks like that one burned. Solar panels on a church. Religion is such a racket. It just kills me. Absolutely kills me. You know, it reminds me of George Carlin. You know, I'm not going to do this right, but you know, George Carlin talking about, you know, God can, you know, create this and that and that and this and do this, and he can do that, and he can do anything he wants to, but he can't create money. he needs you to give him money. I mean, it's like, this is the one thing he can't create. I don't know. That was a terrible George Carlin impersonation, but I mean, that hits it right on the head. I mean, God doesn't need money. Man needs money. God don't give a damn about your money. I just think that's funny. Let me see. Okay, this is my hometown, Raleigh, North Carolina, and there's this bar. I got to find it. This place. This is not an old world building. Let me stress that. This is not a yeah, this is the road. This building is not old. It was a bar, and it burned down. And then the owner rebuilt it. Now this owner, I've done a little research to it. He owns several bars also downtown that are mud flooders, that are actual underground bars. But he owns this one, and I'm trying to find it. It's around in this area somewhere. And there it is. Okay, this bar is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. After this bar burned down, he built what's called the Hibernian Pub. And this thing is just super, you know, weird for it. It's just so different. Look at that. I mean, these things were very expensive. I looked in, they were very expensive to have those made. But the supposedly the and look at this little leprechaun door. I don't know if there's a let me see if there's a way to look inside. No. Prism glass in there. No, it's not gonna let me look inside. This is I'm doing a lot of research on Raleigh. I think what I'm gonna do is I think the plan at this point, I was gonna try to make a documentary originally was the idea, and cover the entire city. And then I realized that it was too much for one documentary. So then I thought about coming out with a like a mini series to cover it. And then I realized that that won't gonna work because it's just too damn much to cover. So kind of what I'm leaning towards now is doing a series, like a live, where I just go through the data and the pictures and video and whatever I have, and go through it building by building, structure by structure, story by story, and just see where it goes from there. This is the insane asylum. This is called Dorothea Dix. It is no longer there. They have destroyed it. Now, I know this doesn't look like anything, but this was actually a bat wing insane asylum, and they brutalist facaded it. And it does not look like it did at one point at all. It is completely brutalist facaded. They completely changed the look of it. Took the towers off of it, everything. Okay. And right down the road, right almost down there across the street, right here, they had another Batwing building that was right here, and it's now gone. It was the original state prison. This is the state prison now, but they originally had, and the original wall was right here. That's the original, and they say that the prisoners built it. And this is the original stone wall that surrounded the prison. And it is still there. But the original building, 5-story prison building, which when they got done with it, only had one shower for the entire prison. One. And the building, you can see the footprint of the building. The building was right here, and it went from here to here. It was basically, you can imagine this right here as being the size of the building. It was a little bit bigger than that, but, and then, you know, I mean, there's all kinds of horseshit stories. Where is it? Okay, look. I'm just going to throw some little tidbits out here just to kind of wet your whistle. See this little piece of shit house right here? This little dinky little thing right here? This is the Joel Lane house, okay? Joel Lane is supposedly the person that owned the land that was donated to the city of Raleigh to build the city of Raleigh. Okay, in that little dinky house, this part right here was actually on the end, but this house was actually located here. They moved it. Not here. Here. They moved it. Okay. But anyways, what I'm telling you is that Joel Lane, the guy in that little bitty house, the story goes that he donated everything you see right here to the city of Raleigh to build the city of Raleigh. 1,000 acres. Donated it to him to build this. But see, that's not even the whole story. The story is so, the horseshit narrative is, it started where they wanted to build a city of Raleigh, and they needed to decide to plot the land. And so they said, oh, well, they had Isaac Hunter's Tavern, which was located, I'm trying to find my footings here. Isaac Hunter's Tavern was over here, okay? Over this way, right about in here. Okay, and it was this little shack piece of shit, right? It was, and they said it was right in here somewhere. And they said that there's actually a plaque there on the side of the road that shows where it was. Well, where they think it was, but they know pretty close where it was. The story goes that the planners of the city of Raleigh went there and they planned out the city of Raleigh, and they decided that they were going to choose Theolos's Hunter's, that's Isaac Hunter's father's land to build the city of Raleigh on. And so they decided that at Isaac Hunter's Tavern, okay, which is over here. And then supposedly they took a carriage ride all the way down here, all the way through here, all the way here, all down here, all down here, over here, over here, over here, over here, over here, over here, and got all the way down here, and then went back to Joel Lane's house, okay, because supposedly Joel Lane's was also a kind of like a bed and breakfast. It was also considered the Wake County Courthouse. And they came back to this little house here, which was actually over here, okay, and they got drunk after the bar, and then they got drunk, and he talked them into using my land. So overnight they went from buying the land that was over here to build the city of Raleigh to using over here. Are you smelling the horse shit? So I mean, this is the kind of shit that I'm dealing with in my official narrative. But Raleigh has a special place in my heart. It is definitely a Mudflood, and just an idea. Talking about the guy with the Hibernian pub, he owns 2 underground bars, as I said a minute ago, and I was going to show you both of them. Right. Get my bearings. Okay. One is called Watson Ward, which is right here. And it's underground, and the back side of the building, that is Watson Ward right there. And then the front side of the building is over here. And the entrance is right here. And what's interesting about the entrance is it has pavement light. And the bar is actually right under these pavement light right here. So then inside the bar, there's pavement light there and there and there. Inside the bar, you can have the bartender during the day has red light, or excuse me, purple light coming from the pavement light behind them. This is Fayetteville Street. This is the middle street down the city. And that same guy, I don't know if I can find it, but let me see. I wonder how far down it is. Anyways, there's another bar. I know it's on the right side. I got past it. On the right side, there's a bar. Hell, I don't know where it is now. On the right road, yeah. Anyways, there's another bar. I can't remember the damn name of it, but it's an underground bar too. But the same guy that owned that bar owned the Hibernia and the this is the original. This right here was called the Raleigh Times, and I have a famous photo that was taken in front of this building, and in the photo there's Newsies standing right here, and this was all pavement light right here in the photo. Anyways, I don't want to give away all my goodies. So that's just some of my Raleigh research. I've been working on it for 3 years now. And maybe one day before I kill over, I'll have it done. Oz, do you have anywhere you'd like to look? You said somewhere out of the country, I think.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. Morgan's got a couple here. Canada again. We've got St. John's in Newfoundland, or else Halifax in Brunswick. Halifax would be cool.
Yeah, I was just thinking Halifax. Isn't that near?
I've seen video of
Yeah, I think that's near Oak Island.
It is. It's just, yeah.
I think they keep going there when they for there's different reasons they need to go there for their research.
Well, I know it was a major British shipping port back in the day, you know.
Yeah, they definitely had a star fort. We've figured that out. Hello, little star fort. That's a cool one. Okay. I know they have a downtown area because I've seen it. Let's see. Ooh. Ooh, let's look at that. I like looking at. Oh, no, 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 no. Wait. Don't play with me. Oh, it's not gonna be there, is it? Oh, hey. Ah, wait. No, 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 no. You must respect my authority. Okay. Oh, they're not gonna show you nothing. Okay. Sometimes those construction sites will show you cool things. Look how deep that hole is, though. It's just weird looking right there. Okay, anyways, moving on. I'm looking for the old kind of areas. Now, I'm a big Oak Island fan. You know, I feel for those boys that are doing the digging there because they know that they have proven, I believe, without a shadow of a doubt, that something important happened on Oak Island. But they have to date not found, they call it the one thing. But they have not found the treasure, so to speak, or the proof of the treasure. They have proved that there are massive amounts of gold in the area that shouldn't be there. But I mean, they are still looking for that one thing. But the evidence that they have unearthed is freaking incredible.
For those who don't know, this is the money pit going back many, many years. There's a huge history of it.
Yes. It's not something that like it's not a good conversation, I think, to have quickly. It's not something you say, hey, the money pit, you know, it's something that you really have to spend a lot of time researching in order to really understand how much is there. Because they keep finding just absolutely incredible things. They're finding roads that are underneath that lead places that just, it's incredible. Check that out. That's cool. But I mean, it's Oak Island. I highly suggest watching the shows. It's a terribly done show because not the people. It's just there's so much in between when they find things that they pad it with like, you got the commentator who's always going, like, they'll find an ox shoe somewhere where they shouldn't find an ox shoe, and then they'll say, does this ox shoe have anything to do with the brooch that was found on the island 3 years ago in the same area? Well, of course it has something to fucking do with it. It's on the same fucking island. I mean, it's such a stupid comment, and that's not that annoying. What's annoying is they do it constantly, and it's like over and over and over again. I am not finding the old Halifax area for some reason. I'm looking, but it's not popping out at me. But the show, if you'll bear with it, you can learn a lot. and for history buffs, once you get into it, you'll be into it. But if you just go and research the basic history of Oak Island, you'll fall into it, because just that the original story of how it started and everything is incredible. I am not finding anything here. I don't know why. I mean, you got a big ass star fort right there in the middle. Where is the old stuff at? I got to be looking in the wrong place or something. I remember when they went one time I thought they went to downtown. Let me type downtown. Maybe that'll do it. No. Let's try that. Oh, it took me right back where I was. Well, isn't that aggravating? Let's go down right here, see what happens. Ooh, that's pretty. There's that architectural style, the big arch with the two smaller arches in the middle, and there's the same thing. Look at that I-878, 3 arches, one bigger than the other two. There's something about that. That's a theme. There's something to that. Now, what that is, I don't know. Look at that. Check that out. Little Mudflood windows there. I mean, why would you build that way? That's another thing. Is like, you know, to say, oh, that makes sense that they would do that. It's like, okay, well, why are they covering them all up now? And what's up with, you know, stuff like that? And look right there. You can see something's going on right there. Why would you do that? It just doesn't make any sense. Obviously, you got a room down here. You got a door down here. I mean, look at that crazy shit. Obviously, something going on there. Oh, look at that. Little tiny little mini Mudflood windows. Ooh, that's pretty. Looks Phoenician. Bank, of course. Jeez. That's nice. Look at that. There's that same thing again. The 3-in-1. 2 little columns, 1 big one. That's a thing. You know, that there's a theme there. Check out those corbels. Those are pretty. Trying to learn these architectural terms so I can make more sense out of my ramblings. I was talking to this elderly fella the other day, and he was asking, you know, about my. We got to talk about how I, you know, did a YouTube channel and everything. He's like, "What do you do?" And I told him I talk about, you know, architecture. And he was like, "Oh, I'm an architectural engineer." I'm like, "Oh yeah," and I started, you know, rambling off things, and he was just kind of like, okay, this is. He just didn't expect that somebody, you know, my age and not being. I don't know. I just check out those lions. Just somebody, you know, he has a, you know, his degree in architectural engineering, and I'm sitting there spouting off things that, you know, why would I know that? You know, I don't have that degree, and I don't know, it just kind of really surprised him. But I don't know, it was kind of neat. But it's weird the conversations we get into. There's some windows below ground there. Empty niches. I don't know why what was in those things. They sure didn't want us to see them. I'm glad we finally found something here, because I knew there was something here. I'd seen it before. What y'all got going here? What's nice about these construction sites is at some point you have to show things that you shouldn't have. You don't really want to show. You know what I mean? So it's good to look around when they got the hole open. You can see things that, you know, you've never seen before, never will see again. A big old hill here. Let's get up here. Look at that hill, man. Let's go down here. All right. I'm going to go look at something I was looking at one day. When I was little, most of my life I lived in the Raleigh area. But Raleigh is kind of like, the area is kind of all one thing, but there was mainly 3 areas I lived in: Raleigh, Cary, and Garner. And when I was little, I lived in Garner, which is basically a suburb of Raleigh. It literally butts up to Raleigh. It's the southern end of Raleigh. Garner's right here, and it's a lot different today. But when I was little, it was just a nothing, tiny little town. There was nothing hardly there. You basically had to go to Raleigh to do anything. But I recently went back to look at some of the old stuff in Garner, and let me get my bearings here. And in Garner, there was they had a little downtown area. This is the this little place right here is called the Toot and Tell It. We called it the Poot and Smell It when I was little. It's just a little ho-dunk restaurant. See, Toot and Tell It. Okay. Anyways, what I want to show you, there is an old, small downtown area, but it's very. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to get right on it to find it. It's so small. It's right by the train tracks. Here it is. And this is it right here. This is the entire downtown. But I just wanted to go look at this and see, you know, what was there. And I found a couple interesting things. Let me see. Where was I that I saw that? I think it's up here. There's one building that just really stood out to me is like, wow, okay, what the hell's this thing doing? I think it's maybe this one, yeah. If you look right here, this little coffee house now, this little building, and there's doors and windows right there underground. Check that out. And this is in a little ho-dunk town. I mean, it's like, you know, a little nothing town. It's, you know, it's got little mud flutters. You know, and that kind of blew my mind because I mean, you know, when I was little, we never ever went here. Like this area here was not there was nothing to do. Like there was no reason to go to this little downtown area. I don't even remember there being businesses in these buildings when I was little. I think they had already kind of folded in on themselves, and so we never bothered going here. So I don't even remember this, but there's you know, it's just I guess what my point is that even in this little hodunk town, there is stuff going on. And there was there's an old school right here, and you know, this is a nice little mud flutter. You know, this little town. I mean, it's like there's nothing here, but that's where I grew up over here. You know, when I was little, and that's my elementary school right there. My high school was over here. Over here. But anyways, so it's the point is that even the smallest little hodunk one horse town has freaking mud flood, which, I mean, there's something to be said about that. Are there any other is there any questions in the chat you think I should address? Kind of getting late on time.
Yeah, no, there's not that much left in the chat. How about we just do a couple more cities? We got
okay.
Michael Josh Lewis wants Melbourne. We've done that a few times though, so maybe I was thinking Hobart in Tasmania, which is just near Melbourne actually. Tasmania in Australia. It's down the bottom. The island at the bottom. Keep going down. Yeah, the capital of that's a state. That's Tasmania, and you'll find Hobart in there. It's
Hobart?
It's one of the oldest places. Well, in that area of Australia.
Okay, is this does the historical records say that this was built by prisoners, or is this?
Yeah, they had convicts. There's other areas of Tasmania where there's like old historical, you know, prisons and things and workhouses, but yeah, it was particularly convict labor there.
Really?
Yep.
So they used the same narrative here they used in Australia.
That is Australia. Yeah.
But I mean, what I'm saying is it's obviously a separate. Damn, that thing's big. It's a separate island. So, but they're using the same narrative even though it's a separate island?
Yep.
Oh, man. Wow. Okay.
It was originally called Van Diemen's Land. It was Dutch. It was one of the first places navigated as well, which is weird because it's so far away. But
is this where the Tasmanian devil?
Yeah. There's the Tasmanian tiger and the Tasmanian devil, and yeah,
what's the difference?
One's still around. One's extinct.
Okay. At one point I probably have it. There is a film of a Tasmanian devil, I think. And it's an old film. It's kind of cool. I wonder why they chose the narrative of a prison island. Like, what the hell were they thinking?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, part of the repopulation, you know, so far away from the rest of the world. kind of believable that Britain was so overpopulated. There were so many petty crimes, you know, with the lower class. But still, the logistics of it, it's just,
It
you've got
seems,
to ask questions.
I don't know. It's like, I wonder, you have to wonder if in the board meetings when they were discussing the cover up of this thing, you know, what was said. Did they say, okay, we're going to hope that this lie holds up for 200 years, or like, were they, I hope this lie holds up forever? Or did they know that their lie was not going to hold up for but so long, or did they, you know, I mean, because they couldn't believe that this shit was going to hold up forever. There's no
It's amazing
way.
that it has, though. Like it has for most people, because they just don't consider these things. They don't, you know, look twice.
Well, I mean,
And I think a lot of it is like people, like historians, just changing facts, like a lot of records manipulation and things like that, you know. And the Great Fires, of course.
Definitely the record. I mean, who knows what the history is? I mean, I think they, you know, I think the histories were, you know, I heard somewhere recently they were talking about how the histories were probably that what we have now is stories that were original stories, and then they've rewritten them in different ways. And if you think about that, that's actually a very possible, because that's all let's say Hollywood is now. It's the regurgitation of the same old story over and over again. I mean, I read somewhere a book about talking about Romeo and Juliet, and how many, you know, how many that was, you know, a regurgitation of something, and which was a regurgitation of something, which was a regurgitation of something. It's like the Romeo and Juliet story has been told in so many different ways over and over and over again, and you don't even know it. You have no idea that that's Romeo and Juliet, but it's not Romeo and Juliet. It's an old story, you know. And maybe that's what we're dealing with is all these stories. It's like the sun god myth, you know. That's the same story has been regurgitated over and over and over again in different forms. You know, they change a character here, add a character there, add a characteristic to the story, add a virgin birth here, and a hanging a crucifixion there, or you know, there's different elements that they add in and out and take and reverse and change, and it's just, man, it's the same old stories over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, you look at like you know, Norse mythology or Irish mythology, or, you know,
right?
It's all the same characters, like.
And they code them in all these they make them so, it's like Greek mythology, you know. It's all the same thing, you know. It's just they code them in so much drapery, so much costuming, so much behind it that it's no wonder we don't see it. No wonder we don't get it. They hide it very, very well, but I don't know. Something their plan has failed, because we're obviously figuring it out. Maybe not as quick as I hope, but we're obviously.
I think it relied on us not asking questions, Biggs.
Oh yeah, and we don't. I mean, gosh, I was 35 when I woke up. 30 freaking 5. I was thinking about that the other day. That you know, I'm 14 plus years into awakening, but I went 35 years, you know, asleep as hell. Let's check that clock. It's not gonna have nothing. So I mean, I spent 35 years with my head up my ass, and I think that's very common. I think when you're, you know, in the 30s, your mind goes through a lot of stuff, but I mean, man, 35 years I spent not knowing nothing, like not questioning nothing. Like, even when I had questions, I didn't question it any further. It was like, yeah, it was like I knew by the time I was 18 that that religion was, you know, in had a big flaw. You know, I knew that there was some major problems there, but knowing that there's major problems and actually finding out what those problems are is two different things. So then I spent, you know, from 18 to 35 not giving a damn. So, you know, putting aside religion and saying, well, okay, I know there's some serious horse shit there. Well, but then I didn't do anything with it. I didn't try to find out what that horse shit was. And I think a lot of people go through that. I think a lot of people either they just stick with the religion and they don't ever question it, or then they realize that there's horse shit to it and then they don't do anything, which is what I did. And that sucks, man. I mean, imagine all that time I wasted. I mean, to me, that's like just ridiculous. But I don't know. I guess it's better late than never. Got another city?
All right, last one. We got Zurich in Switzerland.
Huh.
Hippie was asking for that.
Zurich in Switzerland. Okay. I know I'm looking right at it. Eyes are getting tired here. I know I'm looking right at it. Where is it?
It's just above Italy.
Ah, there it is. I knew I was in the right area. Thanks. It's aggravating. Sometimes the names don't pop up and it messes your head up. Oh man, look at this. Oh, I gotta look for Zurich now. There it is. Wow, a lot going on. Oh my. I'm gonna go right there. I don't even know what that is. I'm going right there. Oh. All right, work with me. Hold on, I'm on the. It got me trapped in the thing. Let's see if I can find some older areas. There we go. Go down. Look at that corbel there. You know, it's incredible to me, being from America, to look lower leaf for control, to look at Phoenician shell at these old world cities over here in Europe, because they're so compacted and there's so many apartments and so many buildings that at one, you know, I would love to know how much of these cities are empty, because I know in America the office buildings that you see, all these humongous offices, these towers of power, and they're empty. They can't fill them. And I bet you the same thing. I bet a lot of these places are empty, because I think that we don't have enough people to fill these things. I could be wrong about that, but I don't know. I had this feeling that there's not enough people in this current civilization to fill all this. There's too much. And this is one place. Good gracious, look at that. That is crazy cool. I heard I ran across by accident. I don't remember any of it. There was a channel that had on a Mudflooder guy. It was somebody unknown. I don't know who they were, And they started talking, and at first they sounded pretty okay. And so I listened some more because, you never know if you might find somebody new that's interesting. But then he went just way off the rails. I mean, really off the rails. I mean, it was so far off the rails that I just said, okay, you got to go. I just started watching something else because it was just, hello, little Tartarian line. Oh, you're so cute. But I mean, the guy was going, I don't know who it was, but the guy was just way, way, way off the rails. I mean, it was bad. I mean, he was literally making shit up. It was that bad. I'm gonna go over here, and he made this comment, and I just thought it was interesting. I never heard anybody else make it before. He said, there's mud flood all around the world, in every country, except, let me get my bearings here. He said there's no mud flood in Africa. And I was just thinking, wait a minute. Okay. I've not heard that before, but let's go. Let's go looking. I don't remember where I went. I forget where I went. I wanted to go look at the same place I did because I dropped down in just to see. I don't remember where the hell I went. Where's Johannesburg? Let's go Cape Town. I don't know. I dropped down in this city, one of these cities, and I just went, let me go see, is there mud flood? And I don't know if this is the city I went to, but I just started finding shit everywhere. Now it wasn't, every building, but it was like anywhere else. And it just made me think, what the hell? Why is this guy saying that there's no, that's a starfort, by the way, in case you didn't catch on to that. Well, why is the guy saying that there's no mud flood in Africa? Because, it was like, took me 2 seconds to get in there and find, the same evidence we're finding all over the world. So, I don't know. I guess my point here is that you got to be careful about who you're listening to, because there's a lot of people out there that they're not good researchers. And you need to do your own damn research. I'm sorry. That's in freaking South Africa. Okay, it's not Africa. It's South Africa. It's the same fucking thing. Okay? That's in Africa. Okay, and they're saying that's there's no, evidence in Africa. I don't know, make up your own damn mind. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm not saying believe me. I'm just telling you my opinion, Phoenician Wave. I'm just telling you my opinion. And I wish I remember who that was, so y'all can go and check him out for yourself to make your own damn mind up. But it was so bad I had to turn it off. He even had, he got to where he was talking about how, look at that right there. Windows Underground right there. He was talking about something about how Mars is how the Martians were attacking. They're the ones that created the myth. It was all kinds of crazy shit. And I was just, I don't know. And this guy, the guy that he was on the podcast, he was just interested in mud flood, and he thought he had gotten him a mud flooder wrong that had some intelligence, and they didn't know any better. I'm just like, good Lord, this guy's making us look like fucking jackasses. And honestly, it was kind of offensive. It was like, I don't know what the hell Good Lord's doing. It's gone crack-a-doodle on me. But I don't know, it's just kind of offensive, you know, to be like that. I don't know, and lead people down that road like that. I don't know. We have to be careful about, you know, where we're getting our information from, and do our own thinking, our own research. So I guess, you know, there's a lot to learn, and I've had fun, and I'm getting kind of pooped out. But I hope you guys have had a good time, and I hope you learned a little something. And please do your own research. I see Morgan still in chat, GT1982 still in chat. Thank both of you for being Patreons. Hello, Aaron Corbett. And I hope you guys have a wonderful week. And I will see you on the flip side. This is Biggs out.
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.